The Spanish provinces of the Roman Empire have little recorded history. This often happens to peaceful lands during peaceful times, and the High Empire is not the only period when Spanish history seems silent to historians. By the start of the 1st century AD, the entire peninsula had been fully brought under Roman control. Romanization, with its cultural and material benefits, spread quickly after that. By the early 2nd century, Spain had become one of the most Romanized and well-integrated provinces in the empire. After AD 69, the region enjoyed almost constant peace and significant material wealth. This very prosperity is what makes the lack of historical sources so striking. In a strict sense, Spain's history is almost empty from the reign of Vespasian to that of Theodosius. Spain was Rome's first overseas province, and perhaps the hardest one to conquer. The areas of the peninsula that could be reached by sea were taken by the Romans very early. The Guadalquivir River basin and the whole Mediterranean coast were especially attractive to Roman settlers, and so they were most open to cultural influences that supported Romanization. Other parts of the peninsula were taken much later, and not fully, until Augustus' campaigns finally brought the whole region under Roman control. The conquest was violent. The Romans first came to Spain during the Punic Wars, and it took 200 years of fighting before the entire peninsula could enjoy the benefits of Roman peace. In the early stages, Roman rule in Spain was not very organized, but by the late Republic, Spain had a large army stationed there, which shaped how Rome settled the land. This was the army that Augustus used to defeat the northern tribes and finally bring the whole peninsula under Roman rule. One last major event happened in Roman Spain before the peace of the empire made history go quiet. After Augustus' conquest, 3 legions stayed in Spain until AD 42. After AD 63, only 1 legion remained. Galba used this last legion as support for his rise to power in 68. That year, known for having 4 emperors, showed that emperors could be made outside of Rome. Vespasian, who won that power struggle, understood this clearly. He saw that keeping a large army in Spain could be a danger to any emperor in Rome. So he reduced the number of troops, leaving just 1 legion, the 7th Gemina, stationed in the far north at Legio. After that, there is no real narrative history of Roman Spain. The story only begins again almost 400 years later with the writings of Bishop Hydatius, who continued Jerome's Universal Chronicle and began the history of 5th century Spain. By the end of Vespasian's reign, Spain was at peace, and it stayed that way for about 100 years. During this time, the urban elites of the peninsula became fully involved in the public life of the empire. This period soon gave rise to emperors like Trajan and Hadrian. The century after Vespasian was also a time of economic growth, clearly shown by archaeology, especially in the grand buildings of cities and the luxurious villas from the 2nd century. Archaeology also gives us clues about daily life in Spain during the late 1st and 2nd centuries, showing wide participation in Roman religious and local traditions. However, archaeology remains our main source for this period because written records are very limited. Only a few events from Spain's 2nd and 3rd century history are known from written sources. For example, a man named Cornelius Priscianus seems to have started a revolt in 145. During the reign of Marcus Aurelius, African tribes attacked southern Spain. After Emperor Commodus was killed, Spain supported Clodius Albinus in the civil wars and suffered because of it. Emperor Severus sent his general, Tiberius Candidatus, to fight against Albinus's supporters in Spain. In 238, the governor of Tarraconensis, Decius Valerinus, who later became emperor, remained loyal to Maximinus when other provinces turned against him. The later 3rd century may have been a more difficult time for Spain, but the situation was not as bad as it might seem. Around 260, during the reign of Gallienus, a group of Franks invaded and passed through Spain. One writer claimed they stayed for 12 years, but overall, the damage they caused appears to have been limited. Still, the later 3rd century saw many cities in Spain build defensive walls, some of which still exist today. These walls might not be directly linked to the Frankish invasions, but some lines from the poet Ausonius suggest that cities which once thrived under early Roman rule had fallen into decline by the late 4th century. Whether correct or not, many believe this decline began with the events of the 3rd century. The 4th century does not give us better sources for Spanish history. There is still no continuous story or narrative. However, there are 2 areas where we do have a lot of information: Spain's role in the empire's administration and how the Spanish provinces were organized. Both areas have their roots in the reforms of Diocletian, although they changed further under the emperors who came after him. These topics are important for understanding the end of Roman Spain. Even though we cannot write a full history of 4th century Spain, when we can write one again in the 5th century, we will need to understand the political and administrative structures that were developed in the 4th century. Let's start with the diocesan and provincial organization. Diocletian completely reorganized the empire's administrative system. He divided the older Severan provinces and more than doubled their number, grouping them into larger regional units called dioceses. Spain was part of this change, just like the rest of the empire. Since the reign of Emperor Severus, the peninsula had been divided into 3 provinces: Baetica, Lusitania, and Hispania Citerior. Under Diocletian, Lusitania and Baetica stayed the same, but Hispania Citerior was split into 3 new provinces: Gallicia, Tarraconensis, and Carthaginiensis. Another province, Mauritania Tingitana, across the Strait of Gibraltar in modern-day Morocco, was also added to the group. Together, these 6 provinces formed the Diocese of Spain. This structure appears in the Liturculus Veronensis, a document from the year 314. There was also a change in the status of Spanish provincial governors. By the year 289, the governor of Hispania Citerior was no longer a senatorial legate, but had become an equestrian praeses, a lower-ranking official. A similar reform must have occurred in Baetica and Lusitania, although we don't know exactly when. We cannot be sure of the exact dates of these changes, but it is likely that Diocletian's full administrative plan, both the division of provinces and creation of dioceses, was carried out all at once in 293. However, the change in the governor's rank did not happen at the same time as the division of Citerior. While the shift from senatorial to equestrian governor had taken place by 289, presides of the 3 new provinces are not confirmed until the early 4th century. Still, we can say with certainty that the Diocese of Spain existed by 30 October 298, because on that date, a vicar, Aurelius Agricolanus, is recorded as being active in Tingi, in Mauritania Tingitana. Agricolanus is the first known vicarius Hispaniarum. Interestingly, he is recorded not in Iberian Spain, but in Tingitana. At first, this may seem like a small detail. However, it actually suggests an interpretation that could change the way we understand 4th century Spain and help explain many of the uncertainties about it. Diocletian did not randomly divide provinces and group them together. His reforms followed a certain logic, and when later emperors didn't change his reforms, we can assume they were working well. The historian's job, then, is to find the logic behind the reorganization and explain how it made sense. Modern historians often write about late Roman Spain as if it only included the Iberian provinces. Tingitana is usually mentioned briefly and then ignored. This may make sense based on today's political borders and national identities, but historically, it does not. Modern ideas, especially the isolationist mindset of Franco's Spain, have shaped the belief that the Pyrenees and the Strait of Gibraltar were natural and permanent borders. But that view is recent. In fact, during much of the Middle Ages, a shared culture existed on both sides of the Pyrenees. Likewise, for over 500 years, the Strait of Gibraltar acted not as a border, but as a busy connection between the Muslim regions of Morocco and Andalusia. These examples help show how modern the idea of Spain's fixed borders really is. They also help us understand that in the late Roman Empire, Spain was seen as including both the northern and southern sides of the Strait of Gibraltar. If that is true, then we must consider the possibility that, for Diocletian, Mauritania Tingitana was not just an extra addition to the Spanish diocese. On the contrary, it may have been the central focus, with the Iberian provinces serving as its large supporting area, or hinterland. This idea could clear up many of the confusing aspects of 4th century Spanish history. Across the empire, Diocletian's dioceses were designed around frontier regions. Each frontier protected its surrounding territory and was also supported by it. The dioceses of Gaul and the Rhine frontier are the best-known example of this. So, for argument's sake, let's imagine that Tingitana played the same role for Spain as the Rhine frontier did for Gaul. It can be difficult to see the Spanish diocese as a single, unified region, especially since we are so used to maps that show late Roman Spain as only the Iberian Peninsula. But this mental effort is worthwhile. It helps us see the bigger picture. The first mystery that becomes clearer when we see the Spanish diocese as a whole is the location of its capital. Diocletian chose Emerita Augusta as the diocesan capital, even though it is in the far southwest of the peninsula. This choice has led some historians to suggest a shift in focus toward the Atlantic side of Spain during the later empire. But if we look at the entire Diocletianic diocese, Emerita is actually in a central position. Another point that becomes clearer is the question of Spain's so-called demilitarization. Historians have often claimed that Roman Spain had very few troops, and that this led to the idea of an internal frontier in the Cantabrian Mountains. But if we consider the whole diocese, we see that Spain was not without military forces. Rather, the troops were placed along the real frontier, which was not in Iberia, but in Tingitania. It is true that the number of troops in this diocese was small compared to other parts of the empire, but the important fact is that the available forces were stationed in Tingitania. This shows that the diocese was oriented toward the south. To understand this, we must adjust our mental image of Roman Spain. We should think of the diocese as centered on Tingitania, just as Gaul was centered on the Rhine frontier. In this view, the Pyrenees were not a hard border, but simply the dividing line between two peaceful and connected regions. There is, however, a problem with this theory. We lack solid evidence. As mentioned before, the sources for late Roman Spain are very limited. There are no stories or direct records that describe the kind of relationship between the Spanish provinces that this theory suggests. Still, the fact that this idea helps solve some of the confusing aspects of 4th century Spanish history gives it some weight. And we might also be able to suggest a logical reason why Diocletian organized the Spanish provinces this way. When Diocletian became emperor, Roman Spain, still not including Mauritania, was a peaceful region. It had no external borders and had never produced a usurper. Africa, however, was different. Moorish tribes caused constant trouble, and civil unrest was common there. By linking Spain with Tingitania, part of Mauritania, Diocletian likely had two goals. First, the Mauritanian frontier would gain a wealthy and easily accessible support region. This Spanish support was more practical than relying on the other, more distant North African provinces. Second, the European provinces would be better protected from African unrest. Though we often think of the Strait of Gibraltar and the Pyrenees as strict borders, the Romans did not. Instead, they saw these as routes for movement and communication. The strait could be a weak point, as Moorish raids in Baetica had shown, but by combining Iberia with Tingitania, Rome could better defend it. The Pyrenees, far from any real threat, needed no military defense. They lay within a peaceful region that included Iberian Spain, Aquitania, and Narbonensis. Administratively, Spain looked southwest, while Gaul looked northeast, forming a balanced system. In the central regions between the two, a shared culture grew among the elites of southern Gaul and Iberian Spain. This connection is well documented in the 4th century. So we can suggest that Diocletian had clear reasons for his reorganization of Spain. And if this theory is right, then his plan worked well. In the 4th century, unrest in Africa no longer spread into Spain, unlike in the 3rd century. Moorish raids were also handled more effectively. If the goal of combining Spain and Mauritania Tingitana was to protect Europe from African instability, then it succeeded. However, this new system created a new problem. Spain's security now depended entirely on what happened in Gaul. When the emperors stopped staying in Gaul and unrest became common there, Spain's southern focus became a weakness. The Pyrenees had no strong defenses, so anyone who controlled Gaul could also control Spain. As history shows, Gallic usurpers often pulled Spain into their power as a result. During the later Tetrarchy, the Spanish diocese was governed by Constantius. After his death, it passed, along with Britain and Gaul, to his successor Constantine. Spain remained under Constantine's control for his entire reign. After him, it belonged first to Constantinus, then to Constans, and finally, after Constans was killed, to Magnentius. This point is debated by some historians, though it's unclear why. Several milestones, mostly found in Galicia, mention Magnentius and his brother, and Caesar Decentius. The fact that Spain recognized Magnentius shows its strong connection to Gaul. Gaul held most of the Western Roman army, so decisions made there could not be ignored in Spain. This same pattern was repeated with other usurpers like Julian, Maximus, Eugenius, and Constantine III. Constantine III did face some opposition in Spain, but it came from relatives of the Theodosian dynasty, not from the local government. All of these events reflect the structure created by Diocletian's provincial reorganization. As previously discussed, this reorganization was meant to secure the frontier in Tingitania, and also to protect from any threats coming out of Tingitania. But that security came at the cost of making Spain vulnerable to problems in Gaul. This interpretation is still a hypothesis, but it does help explain several recurring mysteries in Spain's 4th century history. At the very least, it reminds us not to think about the Iberian provinces in isolation. They were part of a larger diocese that also included lands outside the peninsula. This broader perspective on Diocletian's organization of the Spanish provinces helps us understand certain patterns in their late antique history. There is also a second source of evidence that helps fill the gap left by the lack of written records about Imperial Spain before the 5th century. A study of the officials who served in the Spanish diocese shows that, in the 4th century, it was considered a good and desirable post for Roman bureaucrats. Between 298 and 420, 16 Vicari Hispaniarum are known and can be dated. In addition, 3 comites from the 4th century are recorded, one of whom had also served as a vicarius. These offices were basically the same in practice, even though the titles and responsibilities of diocesan officials were inconsistent under Constantine. They only became standardized under his sons. Even so, the number of officials known from Spain during this period is higher than from most other dioceses in the empire. What's more, the officials who held the position of Vicarius Hispaniarum were promoted fairly often compared to their counterparts in other dioceses. For example, Annius Tiberianus, who served as vicar and then comes in 332, later became Praetorian prefect. His predecessor, Septimius Asindinus, became consul in 340. Flavius Sallustius, a newcomer who held 2 other vicariates in addition to Spain, went on to become prefect of Gaul and consul under Emperor Julian. Macrobius, who served as vicar in the late 4th century, became proconsul of Africa in 410. Compared to Gaul, Italy, Britain, and the Balkans, Spain seems to have been a relatively good posting. The number of promotions from the Spanish vicariate was similar to that from the vicariate of the city of Rome. However, Spain still did not match the vicariates of Asia and Africa, where promotion was more common, especially among aristocrats. In fact, the only Roman senator known to have held the Spanish vicariate was Volusius Venustus. We should also note that not all vicars of Spain advanced further in their careers. 3 of them, including Venustus, did not rise any higher. Still, the overall record suggests that the Spanish vicariate was a respected position within the imperial administration and often led to further promotion. Looking at provincial governors within the Spanish diocese gives us fewer results. The records are incomplete, and out of the 19 known governors, 13 are only known from their single role as governor. However, for those whose careers are better documented, many were later promoted to very high offices. For instance, Caecilianus, praeses of Lusitania during the Tetrarchy, or under Constantine, later became vicar of Italy, though that was not considered a particularly prestigious post. On the other hand, Decimus Germanianus and Acco Catulinus both became Praetorian prefects. Tanosius Isfidiangius, who served as consularis of Baetica under Valentinian III, later became urban prefect of Rome. The well-known Vettius Agorius Praetextatus, who later held both the urban and Praetorian prefectures and was named consul before his death in 384, had earlier served as praeses of Lusitania. All this suggests that a governorship in Spain was a respectable step in an imperial career. However, the lack of complete records means we must be cautious in drawing firm conclusions. It is also worth noting that none of these officials appear to have been native Spaniards. Spanish aristocrats only briefly entered imperial politics in large numbers during the reign of Theodosius. Prosopographical research gives us some insight into the Spanish diocese in the 4th century. It shows that Spain was an important region where officials could complete respectable stages of their careers. This finding is somewhat surprising, because literary sources say so little about Spain that it's easy to doubt its importance. But a closer look at both the administrative structure and the officials who served there offers a new perspective. Still, this cannot give Spain a real 4th century narrative, and no effort can fully provide that. So, how should we imagine the world of Spain into which, in the early 5th century, first rebel armies and then barbarian peoples entered, starting the long decline of Roman Spain? If someone traveled into Spain by the coastal road from Narbonensis in 395, the first major city they would reach was Barcino, in the province of Tarraconensis. Tarraconensis was one of the 3 provinces created from the old Hispania Citerior by Diocletian in the 290s. Its capital was Tarraco, but by the end of the 4th century, Barcino had become wealthier and more prestigious. Along the way, one would pass by Emporiae and Gerunda, cities that had been important in the past, but now played little role in the late empire. Barcino and Tarraco were the 2 Spanish cities that stayed most connected to the rest of the Roman world in the late Imperial period. Barcino played a key role in the political events of the time. Its mint produced coins for the usurper Maximus in the early 5th century, and a few years later it became the base of the Visigoths under Atholf during their time in the peninsula. Tarraco, meanwhile, had declined since its peak in the early empire. It had been the capital of Hispania Citerior since the Julio-Claudian era, and during the Flavian dynasty it was given a grand forum, which was still in use in late Roman times. However, by the 4th century, the city had shrunk. Its walls enclosed a smaller area, and its population had decreased. Despite this, Tarraco remained part of the Mediterranean trade network into the 5th century. It was still connected enough to the empire that an inscription from the late 5th century mentions the emperors Leo and Anthemius. The coastal region of Tarraconensis had always been one of the most important, wealthy, and accessible areas of the peninsula. The inland areas were less so. The Ebro River begins in the Cantabrian Mountains, about 100 miles south of the Bay of Biscay. It rises near Idiobraiga, which is listed as a military station of the late Empire in the Notitia Dignitatum. These mountains were home to tribal groups who were barely influenced by Roman culture. The entire Ebro runs through Tarraconensis, and its lower and middle valley areas were settled by Romans early on. They remained important in the later empire. The greatest inland city in Tarraconensis was Caesar Augusta, the main crossing point over the Ebro in the peninsula's interior. Caesar Augusta would later become the capital of a 5th century usurping emperor. In contrast, Ilerda, located between Caesar Augusta and Tarraco, had fallen into decline by the end of the 4th century, at least according to the writer Ausonius. If our traveler from Gaul, stopping at Tarraco, chose not to go inland to Caesar Augusta and instead continued along the coast, they would soon enter Carthaginiensis, the large and silent province of late Roman Spain. Its main city was Carthago Nova, once a major Carthaginian stronghold and later the provincial capital in the Roman period. Very little is known about life in the city or the province during late antiquity, although it was occasionally attacked by barbarian groups after 411. The rest of the province, which had been the central part of the older Severan province of Hispania Citerior, included the Sierra Morena Mountains and the central plateau of modern New Castile. Agriculturally and environmentally, Carthaginiensis contained some of the poorest land in the peninsula, and it seems Roman colonization there was limited. Still, it was from a family estate in Cauca that Theodosius was called out of retirement by Emperor Gratian after the Roman defeat at Adrianople. Continuing down the coast from Carthaginiensis, the traveler would enter Baetica, perhaps the most fertile and prosperous region of Roman Spain during the High Empire. It had seen extensive Roman settlement early on, and it was the only region where the Roman army didn't play a major role in spreading Roman culture. Baetica was centered on the fertile Guadalquivir River Valley. Its 2 most important cities were Hispalis and Cordoba, both located along the river. Baetica was the birthplace of emperors Trajan and Hadrian. Its deeply Roman character can be seen in the many Roman funerary monuments found in the region. Another major river in southern Spain is the Guadiana. For much of its course, it formed the border between Baetica and its neighboring province, Lusitania. Some areas of Lusitania were rich, while others were barren and isolated. Some of the hardest battles in Rome's conquest of Spain took place there, and many areas remained only lightly influenced by Roman civilization. However, it was in the 4th century that the westernmost parts of Lusitania became home to wealthy landowners living in villas, people who hadn't been there before. Augusta Emerita, founded as a colony for Augustus's veterans, had prospered ever since. In the later empire, it became the most important city in the peninsula, the capital of the diocese, home to the vicarius and his staff. It even survived the fall of Roman rule and experienced a revival in the 6th century. Spectacular ruins from all periods of the empire survive in Emerita. In the later empire, Emperor Constantius built a new circus there. Unlike the general trend in this era, where wealth moved from cities to the countryside, the townhouses in Emerita were actually rebuilt during the 4th century. Emerita lies on the upper part of the Guadiana River, close to the border between Lusitania and Baetica. If our traveler continued through inland Lusitania, mostly modern-day Portugal, they would eventually reach the Duero River. This river marked the boundary between Lusitania and Galicia, and where the Duero meets the Esla River, all 3 provinces, Lusitania, Galicia, and Carthaginiensis, come together. Galicia was a fertile but remote region at the far western edge of the Roman Empire. Its green coastline was cut off from the rest of the peninsula by the mountains in the north. The provincial capital, Bracara Augusta, modern Braga, was located at the very end of the Roman road network. Some of the few Roman military garrisons known to exist in the peninsula during the 4th century were stationed in Galicia, at places like Lucus Augusti, Legio, and Paeonium. Towns such as Lucus, Bracara, Asturica, and Gygia are still well known for their surviving 4th century city walls. But Galicia is most famous for the destruction it suffered during the invasions of the Sueves, recorded in great detail by the 5th century writer Hydacius. However, as we'll see later, his chronicle likely overstates Galicia's importance in late Roman Spain. It was a distant region, as easy to reach by sea as by land. To return to Gaul, a traveler in Galicia could take roads along the southern edge of the northern mountains, passing through Pompelo, crossing the Pyrenees into Novem Populana, and then into Aquitaine. The general look of 4th century Spain would have been familiar to a visitor from Gaul. Cities still existed, but those that remained vibrant were mostly supported by imperial funding. Local civic pride and public generosity had started to decline at the end of the 2nd century and had nearly disappeared by the 3rd. Many public spaces in cities were repurposed. Public architecture became a responsibility of the emperor, and local building projects were mostly focused on constructing churches. Like in the rest of the Western Roman Empire, the most noticeable change in the Spanish landscape during the 4th century was the growth of large rural villas and estates. These came at the expense of the cities, which were increasingly centers of imperial administration, but less and less central to local life. This was the world into which, after the year 409, barbarian groups entered, following behind the civil war between 2 rival Roman usurpers. As far as we can tell, neither the usurpers nor the invading barbarians were met with any organized Roman military resistance. This fact has led to much debate about how Roman Spain was defended. The defense of Roman Spain in the late 4th and early 5th centuries is a debated topic. mainly because, compared to other periods of Spanish history, we actually have a relatively large number of sources. There are three main sources of evidence. The first is information about Spanish military units found in 2 chapters of the Notitia Dignitatum, a document listing the officials and military units of the later Roman Empire. The second is a letter from Emperor Honorius, preserved in a Spanish codex, addressed to unnamed troops. The third source is archaeological evidence from cemeteries in the Duero River Valley. Taken together, these 3 sources clearly show that there was some form of military presence in Spain during the time of Theodosius and afterward. The difficulty lies in figuring out exactly when those troops were stationed there and what role they played in early 5th century events. Unfortunately, despite the relatively rich evidence, we can only draw a few definite conclusions. First, around the year 394, some Roman army units were believed, by officials at Theodosius' court, to be stationed in northern Spain. Second, during the reign of Honorius, and likely after 411, a large number of mobile field army troops were present in the peninsula. But how these 2 facts are related is unclear and open to interpretation. The problem is complex. Each of the 3 sources is difficult to interpret on its own. But what makes things harder is that, for a long time, scholars have tried to connect all 3 sources into a single theory, known as the Limes Hispanicus theory. In short, this theory suggests the following. According to the Notitia Dignitatum, the Roman army had 2 types of troops in Spain: mobile field army units and fixed frontier troops. The Limitanae were assigned to permanent garrisons, stretching from Lucus Augusti in the west to Velia in the east, with a 5th garrison at Lepurdum, just across the Pyrenees. This line of garrisons is seen as a static defensive system, an internal limes, but it is unclear what it was defending against. Scholars often suggest that the goal was to protect wealthy villa estates or important mining areas in northern Spain. Given the garrison locations, the supposed threat would have come from local groups like the Asturians, Cantabrians, and Basques. The Basque threat is sometimes linked to wider social unrest. This includes the Bacodi uprisings in Tarraconensis, mentioned by the 5th century chronicler Avitus, and the rise of Priscillianism, a religious movement believed by some to reflect deeper social protest. A picture has been drawn of 4th century Spain as a region facing serious social problems, marked by internal unrest and external threat. According to this view, a strong Roman military presence, as recorded in the Notitia Dignitatum, was needed to keep order. Supporting this theory is a supposed additional garrison mentioned in the Epistula Honori, which, based on its manuscript tradition, is connected to Pamplona. Burials found throughout the Duero Valley are also interpreted as Roman garrisons protecting an internal limes. However, this whole theory does not hold up well under close examination, and few scholars still defend it. Despite this, the theory still appears in standard reference works on late Roman Spain, which makes it harder to evaluate the sources without bias. The criticisms of the internal limes theory can be summarized as follows. First, the modern use of the word limes is misleading. It reflects a 20th century idea of fixed, heavily defended borders. But a late Roman limes was not like a Maginot line. Instead, it was more like a frontier administrative district, similar to a medieval march, under the control of a military commander, de jure. Recent studies have shown that real Roman frontiers were more flexible and complex than the limes theory assumes. The problems with the limes theory go beyond terminology. The sources used to support it often do not show what they are claimed to. The Notitia Dignitatum, for example, is a very tricky document. its information only reflects a short time period and cannot be treated as showing a long-term, stable military arrangement, as the Limes theory suggests. The letter of Honorius is even more problematic. It contains textual errors that lead to conflicting interpretations, and it is just as limited in scope as the Notitia. Moreover, there is no real evidence that the Basques or other northern tribes caused any trouble in the 4th century. Priscillianism, a religious movement often linked to social unrest, almost certainly had no political or social goals. Its strict teachings were no more political than any other form of ancient religious belief. As for Bacaudai, they are not mentioned in Spain until the 440, and their appearance then can be explained by other factors. In general, the importance of Bacaudai has been overstated, even in Gaul, and there is no evidence for them in 4th century Spain. Finally, the cemeteries in the Duero Valley are difficult to date accurately. Similar burial sites are found all over the peninsula. In fact, these cemeteries are more likely to be connected to rural villa settlements than to military camps. Even if they were military, the Duero Valley is far from the mountains where the supposed threat was said to come from. Most of these criticisms have already been made before. However, those who made them often tried to come up with a new theory to replace the old one. This tendency comes from the desire to make the few pieces of evidence we have fit together into a single, clear picture. For example, even if the Limes theory is rejected, some still reinterpret its parts as a system of coastal defense, or as troops meant to suppress lower-class unrest. But there's no real reason to assume that the pieces of surviving evidence actually fit together at all. It's better to treat the sources for the military presence in late Roman Spain as unrelated, unless we have solid proof that they are connected. When studying them, we should assume that each piece of evidence stands on its own, and one source cannot be used to explain another. By doing this, we may actually gain some insight, while forcing everything into a single theory only creates more confusion. Let's start with the clearest of the sources: the cemeteries in the Duero Valley. Their value comes from honestly admitting what they cannot tell us. These cemeteries are found not just along both sides of the Duero River, but throughout the Iberian Peninsula. The grave goods found in them vary, and some show decoration similar to that found at military sites along the Rhine frontier. Because of this, some scholars have suggested these graves belong to laeti, based on a broad definition of the term. Others have argued that the graves belong to limitanei, or even to the mobile field army listed in the Notitia Dignitatum as stationed in Spain. However, the most thoughtful studies interpret these cemeteries as civilian burial sites, possibly linked to rural villa life, and not military at all. This last interpretation is probably correct. But even if it's wrong, the cemeteries are still too uncertain in nature to be useful for understanding the military defense of Roman Spain. The next piece of evidence comes from the Notitia Dignitatum. This document is famously difficult to interpret. It is a list of late Roman officials, both civilian and military, and is divided into eastern and western sections. Originally, the Notitia was created as an administrative tool for the eastern army of Emperor Theodosius when he prepared to defeat the usurper Eugenius in 394. The eastern half of the Notitia describes the army and administration under Theodosius. The western half shows the forces available to Eugenius, Flavianus, and Arbogast, as far as the Eastern Court knew at the time. But things are more complicated. The version of the Notitia we have today is a Western copy, and likely a working copy. After Theodosius died in 395, communication between the eastern and western parts of the empire was effectively cut off. As a result, The eastern half of the Notitia became useless to the Western administration in Ravenna, while the western half continued to be updated over time. This has major consequences for how the Notitia can be used as historical evidence. The eastern section, with only minor exceptions, can be trusted as a snapshot of the Eastern Army around 394. But the Western list is much less reliable. It has gone through an unknown number of changes, at least up to the year 419, and possibly even later. Because of this, no historical theory should be based solely on the Western list. Any entry not confirmed by another source is potentially a later revision, and outside confirmation only applies to the specific entry it supports. You cannot safely draw broader conclusions. That said, the entries in the Notitia are probably not fake, and the military units it mentions likely did exist. The problem is, we don't know exactly when they existed. The officials who managed the document weren't careful about removing old information, and there are many duplicate entries. The real issue is dating, and it's a problem we can't solve. As a result, the Western Notitia is of very limited value when trying to get detailed or specific historical facts. So, when we look at the information the Notitia gives for Spain, we must do so very carefully and not expect too much from it. The Notitia mentions two types of troops in Spain, in chapters 7 and 42. The troops in chapter 7 are Cometenses, part of the mobile field army that developed under Diocletian and Constantine. These troops were not tied to any fixed location. The troops in chapter 42, on the other hand, were garrison units stationed at specific places. These garrison troops are traditionally called limitanae, but we should be cautious with this term. Its exact meaning is still debated. If we follow the traditional view, then all troops shown with fixed stations in the Notitia are limitanae. But this idea is almost certainly wrong. In reality, limitanae were simply troops stationed in a region under the control of a commander. The troops listed in Spain do not fit this definition, and we don't have a proper technical term to describe them. Still, this is not the most important issue. What we really want to know is when these troops were actually in Spain, but given the limits of the Notitia as a source, we just can't determine that. Chapter 42 of the Notitia Dignitatum lists the following military units: Legio 7 Gemina at Legio, modern Leon, commanded by a prefect; Cohort II Flavia Pacatiana at Paetonium, modern Rosinos de Vidriales; Cohort Lucensis at Lucus Augusti, modern Lugo; Cohort Celtiberi at Idiobriga, modern Reynosa; Cohort Gallicae at Velia, modern Irunia; Cohort II Gallicae at an unknown location called Cohortem Gallicanum. Each of these cohorts is listed under the command of a tribune, and all are shown as being under the overall command of the Magister Peditum in Praesenti. When placed on a map, these garrisons form a rough line running east to west, about 70 miles south of the Bay of Biscay. This line is where the now discredited theory of an internal limes in Spain originated. Now that this theory is no longer accepted, we must ask, what were these units really for, assuming they existed at all? This question has been put forward as follows. If these units were really present in northern Spain, as the Notitia claims, then why didn't they resist either the usurper Constantine III or the barbarian invasions of 409? And why is there no archaeological evidence of late Roman military occupation at the sites where excavations have been done? Could these units be paper garrisons, that is, military forces that only existed on the pages of the Notitia? There's no simple archaeological answer, but the lack of resistance can be explained by a well-known passage from the historian Orosius. He reports that Constantine III sent Eudices, officials or governors, to Spain, and they were peacefully accepted. This shows that there was no military resistance when Constantine took control. That these Spanish army units are not mentioned in that context may simply mean that they accepted the new regime. It doesn't prove they didn't exist. So we cannot claim that the units listed in Chapter 42 never existed. In fact, Legio VII Gemina has a well-documented history and certainly did exist. On the other hand, these units leave no trace in the events of early 5th century Spain. Since the Notitia was originally an Eastern document based on information from around 394, we can only say for certain that officials in Constantinople believed these garrisons existed at that time. They may have remained in place for a while, or they may have been quickly disbanded, moved elsewhere, or upgraded into mobile field units, which could explain why other sources are silent about them. In any case, there is no justification for simply assuming they didn't exist in order to avoid the historical uncertainty. The troops listed in Notitia Dignitatum, Chapter 7, raise fewer difficult questions. Their existence cannot reasonably be denied. Even though Chapter 7, known as the Distributio Numerorum, is structurally unusual within the Notitia, the same units are also listed under the Magister Peditum in Chapter 5. These units were also part of the Eastern Roman army in 394. So, they were real forces. The list includes 11 Auxilia Palatina and 5 Legiones Cometenses, making up a moderately strong military group. Still, we face the same basic problem as with Chapter 42. Why don't these troops appear in any other source, and why don't they show up in the events of the early 5th century? Possible answers include: the troops may have accepted the authority of the usurper Constantine III. They may have already left Spain, or, this is a new possibility, they may not yet have arrived in the peninsula. Unlike Chapter 42, the units in Chapter 7 offer some clues for dating. For example, the Ascarii Seniores and Ascarii Juniores were Eastern units in 394. This means they must have been transferred to the Western army after 394, the Battle of the Frigidus in September 394. How long after is unknown, but likely not too long, since after 395, the empire was divided between East and West. So, for the Ascarii, they must have arrived in Spain sometime after 395. But what about the other Cometenses? The Notitia usually lists units by seniority. Newer editions often disrupt this order. In Chapter 7, the Ascarii are the most senior auxilia listed for Spain, and the other units come after them. Because this seniority order is preserved, it suggests that all the Spanish troops in Chapter 7 may have been sent to Spain as a group sometime after 395. But we cannot prove this. It's still possible that the Ascarii, even though they are listed first, were added later, and the list simply doesn't reflect that change clearly. There's also another possibility. These troops might have been sent to Spain after Constantine III's usurpation in 407. To explore this, we need to consider who commanded them. These units, including the Ascarii, are said to be intra Hispanias cum viro spectabili comite. So, who was this comes Hispaniarum? Civil officials with that title are known in Spain under Constantine, but they are unrelated to the military comites that appear both in the Notitia and in the 5th century writings of Hydatius. While the comes in the Notitia and Hydatius is clearly the same type of military officer, we cannot use Hydatius to date the appearance of the Spanish troops. It's entirely possible that the Notitia gives us the earliest known mention of the comes Hispaniarum, an office that may have existed or been created at any time between 394 and 420. So, while we must be cautious, some level of hypothesis is acceptable here. The office of Comes Hispaniarum was unlikely to have been created during the time of Stilicho. Stilicho was known for keeping tight control and avoiding delegation of power. The Comes Hispaniarum commanded a surprisingly large number of troops, too many to have operated under Stilicho's direct rule. Additionally, Spain was peaceful during Stilicho's time, so there would have been no reason to send elite troops there. This suggests that the troops listed in Chapter 7 of the Notitia Dignitatum probably arrived in Spain only after Stilicho's death and after Constantine's usurpation. If we accept this, then their arrival must be placed even later, after the defeat of all the usurpers in the first decade of the 400s, that is, after 412 and the fall of the usurper Maximus. So the troops listed in the Notitia may have been sent by the legitimate imperial government to restore order. Alternatively, they might have been sent later, after Spain was brought back under imperial control by Wallia's Visigoths. As we will see, the historical narrative of that time suggests this second option is more likely. However, based on the Notitia alone, it's impossible to say for sure. In the end, we can make only two firm conclusions from the Notitia. A mobile Cometensian army, as listed in Chapter 7, was in Spain sometime between 395 and 419, most likely between 407 and 419. The garrison troops listed in Chapter 42 were stationed in northern Spain at some point during the life of the document, most likely in 394, the year the base version of the Notitia was created. Though limited, these conclusions are solid because they don't place more weight on the evidence than it can support. There is, however, one more important piece of evidence to consider in discussions about the defense of Roman Spain: the Epistula Honori. Anyone who finds the Notitia confusing might be even more discouraged by this document. The Epistula is preserved in a 10th century codex from Rhoda, now held at the Royal Academy of History in Madrid. It appears alongside various unrelated documents connected to the city of Pamplona. The transmitted version of the Epistula includes 3 parts: a title, a short introduction, and the actual letter. The text has been edited several times, each version reflecting the editor's own assumptions. In reality, the text is very badly corrupted, so much so that it allows readers to interpret it however they wish, mixing guesswork with careful corrections. On the other hand, if no corrections are made, the text makes no sense at all. The title and heading of the Epistula Honori are later additions. The manuscript refers to it as De Lode Pampilone Epistula, which has nothing to do with the actual content of the letter and was likely added by the 10th century scribe. The heading is a more complicated issue. It contains material that sounds authentic and isn't found in the letter itself, but it also has some suspicious features. Importantly, only the heading gives any context to the letter, which on its own is vague and not very informative. So, in judging the historical value of the epistula, we must decide whether or not the heading can be trusted. Without it, the letter has very little historical use. Let's look at the letter first. Its text is almost certainly genuine, because its contents are so unclear that no forger would likely invent it. Forgers usually try to make their documents clear and convincing. The letter is addressed to several military units, including a pair labeled Senior, Junior, a unit identified as Britannici, and another unidentifiable group of speculatores. These troops were definitely in Spain. Some have suggested the letter was meant for more than one provincial army, but this seems unlikely. The mention of comites and magistri probably refers to real people whose names were left out, but would have been known at the time. The main difficulty with the Epistula is understanding its purpose. Depending on how you interpret it, the letter is either offering these soldiers a future reward if they successfully complete their mission in Spain, or it is granting them that reward after the mission is already done. How one reads the final part of the letter depends on this. The phrase alibi vivendi degendique tempus could refer either to a vague future promise or to an actual planned transfer or retirement. Unfortunately, nothing else in the letter helps clear up this uncertainty. And importantly, there is no date mentioned anywhere in the letter's body. That information comes only from the heading, if we accept it as valid. According to the heading, the letter of Honorius was brought from Rome to Pamplona by a group of soldiers along with a certain Sabinianus, a patricius, who went to Spain because it had been overrun by various barbarian tribes. But this raises problems. First, Honorius rarely visited Rome. He spent time there in 404 and briefly in 407, 408, 4011, 4014, and 4017, 416. Of these, the first 3 years can be ruled out because, according to the heading, the letter was issued during a barbarian invasion, and Spain was not yet invaded during those years. The year 411 is also unlikely because Honorius had lost control of all lands west of the Alps at that time. That leaves only 414 and 416 as possible dates. But even these are difficult to explain. A second issue concerns Sabinianus's title. In the West, during most of Honorius's reign, only Constantius held the title Patricius. This leads to 3 possibilities. Patricius is actually Sabinianus's surname, not a title. Constantius was not the only person to hold the title Patricius, and Sabinianus, although otherwise unknown, also held it. The heading was written later, at a time when Patricius was a more common title, and the author simply assumed it applied. Of these options, the third is the most likely. Given all this, what value can we assign to the heading of the Epistula Honori? In terms of date, it was probably written sometime after the mid-5th century, but not so late that the title Patricius would have lost all meaning. This would mean that the title, when used for Sabinianus, was probably not genuine. The claim that the letter came from Rome is also doubtful. Additionally, there is nothing in the letter itself that connects it to Pamplona, and the reference to the militia Pampelonensis in the heading may have been completely made up. So, while it is fully believable that some official was sent to Spain by the imperial government during a barbarian crisis, we should not place too much trust in the heading. At best, the letter and its heading tell us what we already know from other sources. At some point during Honorius' reign, there were Cometenses loyal to the legitimate Roman regime operating in Spain. If we accept the heading as valid, the date would fall somewhere between 409 and 423, any of which could fit the description of Spain suffering from a barbarian plague. But trying to draw deeper conclusions from this letter, given how unclear its purpose and date are, would be unwise. That, in full, is the evidence we have for the defense of Roman Spain in the late 4th and early 5th centuries. It's not much, especially considering how often scholars try to create detailed narratives from it. In reality, the evidence only supports a very rough outline of Spain's military situation just before Constantine's usurpation. Before Honorius's reign, as far as we can tell, there was a garrison in the European provinces of Spain's diocese, confirmed by Notitia Dignitatum 42.1, possibly no more than 6,000 men. But during Honorius's reign, Spain received a mobile field army commanded by a comes Hispaniarum. This is clearly stated in both the Notitia Dignitatum and the Epistula Honori. However, These two documents must be treated as independent sources. Although both mention Cometenses in Spain, we cannot fill the gaps of one by using the information from the other. Some of the unnamed units mentioned in the Epistula, especially the senior and junior pair, might be the same as those listed in Chapter 7 of the Notitia, but they may also be different. Since we cannot date either document precisely, keeping their testimonies separate doesn't actually hurt our understanding. What we can say is this: the Spanish Cometensian army was almost certainly formed after the chaos caused by Constantine's usurpation and Stilicho's death. Before that, Spain's European provinces were largely unprotected. From December 31st, 405 onward, Honorius's government faced a major crisis across the empire. Both Honorius and his top general Stilicho were unprepared to handle it. This was true in Britain, Gaul, and Italy. But it was even more true in Spain. As we've seen, Diocletian originally organized the Spanish dioceses to face threats from the south. But on the northern side, Spain was vulnerable to events in Gaul. And that is exactly where the threats came from in the early 5th century. First came the officials of a usurper, then his soldiers, and finally several groups of barbarian invaders crossed the Pyrenees into Spain after 407. None of them met any resistance from the forces of the legitimate Roman emperor. As we now understand, the defense of Roman Spain at the turn of the 4th to 5th century was minimal, almost non-existent. In the autumn of 409, the Vandals, Sueves, and Alans crossed the Pyrenees and entered Spain. This barbarian invasion happened during a civil war that had spread through the western provinces of the Roman Empire since 407. It must be understood as just one episode within that larger conflict. The war began when the usurper Constantine III crossed from Britain into Gaul, gained control of the army there, and made Arles his capital. However, Constantine himself faced rebellion when his general, Gerontius, declared a rival emperor, Maximus, in Spain. Gerontius also encouraged the barbarian groups in Gaul to turn against Constantine, but failed to stop them from moving into Spain as well. By 413, the Vandals, Sueves, and Alans had become a permanent presence in Spain. This was after Constantius, the top general of the legitimate emperor Honorius, had put down all of the western usurpers. The events of 406 to 411 are essential to understanding the fall of Roman Spain. These were the years when barbarian groups took over parts of the Spanish diocese. Because of this, the year 409 has taken on a kind of symbolic meaning in the history books. It is often seen as the moment Roman Spain ended. But this view is exaggerated and based on a misunderstanding of the events. If we place the 409th invasion in the wider context of a Roman civil war, the year loses its dramatic meaning in Spanish history. Instead of being a sudden collapse of Roman authority, the events of 409 were just the beginning of a slow process in which the empire gradually lost control of the peninsula. This process continued through most of the 5th century. To see that clearly, we must understand the true role of 409. That means carefully reconstructing the civil war of 406 to 411. The barbarian invasion of Spain was just one part of it. The invaders succeeded because Roman commanders were busy fighting each other elsewhere. Just like in the 3rd century, barbarian groups only made real progress when the Roman army was distracted by internal conflict. These conclusions come from a complicated historical situation. The events between 406 and 411 are hard to untangle. Unlike much of 5th century history, this period is fairly well documented, but that brings its own challenges. Some sources contradict themselves, others contradict each other. Worse, the most accurate sources are fragmentary, while the more detailed ones are often confused or misleading. so we must carefully sort good information from bad and try to bring clarity out of confusion. Historians have attempted this before, but not always thoroughly or with enough caution about the limits of the sources. We must approach the evidence with a clear understanding of its value. The sources are not a collection of facts to choose from freely in order to build a modern story. Not every statement from this period is equally trustworthy. In fact, there is a clear hierarchy of reliability among the sources, and we should only depart from it with solid justification. The best source available is the Greek history written by Olympiodorus. Two other Eastern accounts are based on his work. Writing shortly after 440 in Constantinople, Olympiodorus was close to the Eastern imperial court. His history, at least in what survives, focuses on the close connections between the Eastern and Western empires and the strong support the East gave to the West. His narrative, however, is mostly about Western events. As a diplomat with around 30 years of experience, Olympiodorus had first-hand knowledge of what he was writing about. Unfortunately, his history survives only in the summary found in Photius' Bibliotheca and in later historians who used his work. These later sources are not always helpful. The church historian Sozomen, who lived not long after Olympiodorus, used many parts of his history to support his own account. When his text overlaps with the fragments preserved by Photius, it often seems a bit less accurate. Another later writer, Zosimus from the 6th century, also relied heavily on Olympiodorus. However, Zosimus rewrote the material in a more elegant and vague style, which often caused confusion. Still, both Sozomen and Zosimus, as well as the historian Philostorgius, contain useful details that are missing from Photius's version. But these writers should be used carefully. The best method is to trust Photius's summary when possible, unless there is a strong reason to rely on the others. Sozomen remains quite useful. Zosimus, however, is often unreliable. His aims were different from those of a modern historian, and his version contains many contradictions. These can only be solved by guessing. Also, because Zosimus was not a good summarizer, his dates and timeline are not to be trusted. When his information matches with other sources, it can be helpful, but no argument should rely on Zosimus alone. Western sources are fewer and shorter than Eastern ones, and they vary in quality. The Spanish historian Orosius might seem trustworthy because he lived during the events he describes in the final book of his Historiae Adversus Paganos. But Orosius was heavily influenced by St. Augustine, and his main goal was to prove that things were not worse now than before the empire became Christian. As a result, accuracy was not his main concern. He often made mistakes about far-off events. Still, he provides valuable insight into the problems Spain faced at the time. Another Western narrative survives only in fragments. In Book 2.9 of his Histories, Gregory of Tours preserves parts of a lost history by the Gallo-Roman writer Renatus Profuturus Frigerius. Frigerius seems to have written a detailed account of the usurpations and invasions. His fragments include information found nowhere else and seem very realistic. Because of this, historians rely on them, though there is little surviving evidence to verify them. Finally, there are small pieces of information in various short chronicles, the most useful being those of Prosper and Hydatius. Hydatius, especially, gives helpful details about events in Spain, his home region. The previous overview mainly serves as a warning. The sources from this period are many and vary in quality. But this doesn't mean we should ignore those that are less reliable for factual details. Even a weak source can provide valuable insights of other kinds. For example, Orosius is often not helpful for facts, sometimes because of carelessness, sometimes because of bad information. But he still shows us how an educated person of the time understood the events around him. Likewise, many sources from this period don't offer trustworthy facts, but they reveal much about the dangers and uncertainties of life at the time. These include works like Commonitorium by Orientius, the anonymous Carmen de Divina Providentia, the Epigramma of Paulinus, and Salvian's later polemic De Gubernatione Dei. These texts add color and emotion to the basic historical outline we create from stronger sources. But to fully appreciate them, we first need a solid grasp of the historical events they reflect. The Vandals, Sueves, and Alans, who later settled in Spain, first entered the Roman Empire by crossing the Rhine near Mainz. But when exactly did this happen? The usual answer has been 31st December 406. This is based on the only direct evidence we have. Both Prosper's Chronicle and the Copenhagen Additamenta to it give the consular year of the invasion as the year of Arcadius and Probus, that is, 406. Prosper even gives the exact date of the crossing as the second Kalends, Jan. And the Additamenta says Pridikal Jan. Both of these mean 31st December. That seems clear, but the real issue is the year. Although many have assumed the date is 31st December 406, the correct year is more likely 405. This is because of how Roman chronicles worked. They recorded events that happened within a specific consular year. Prosper's entry about the Rhine crossing is meant to record what the barbarians did in Gaul during 406. So if the crossing itself happened on 31st December of that year, the resulting destruction would be in 407, which is not what Prosper reports. Instead, the barbarians must have crossed on 31st December 405 and caused damage in Gaul during 406, which matches the entry. If we accept this correction, it solves a major problem in the traditional timeline. That old date, 31st December 406, has long caused confusion, and people have had to rely on the unreliable timelines of Zosimus and Hydatius to try to explain it. But neither should be preferred over other sources. Hydatius's date is questionable, and Zosimus is often incorrect. The real problem is explaining why the general Stilicho did nothing to stop the invasion. If the crossing happened on 31st December 406, there's no clear reason for his inaction. So many theories have been invented to explain it. But if the crossing happened on 31st December 405, then Stilicho's lack of response makes sense. He was already busy with another major threat at the time, Radagaisus' invasion of Italy. This timeline removes the mystery. This issue needs closer examination. Two major problems occupied Stilicho in the early years of the 5th century. The first was Alaric, whose actions in Illyricum and northern Italy were brought under control by 402. The second was the invasion of Radagaisus, who entered northern Italy from the Rhaetian Alps in 405. We don't know exactly when in 405 Radagaisus crossed the mountains, but Stilicho was busy fighting him until August 406. So from 404 to 406, 406, Stilicho was fully occupied with Alaric and Radagaisus. Many historians have focused on Stilicho's supposed plan to take eastern Illyricum from Emperor Arcadius during these same years. This idea comes mostly from sources that were hostile to Stilicho, partly because of his Vandal background. Some modern writers have accepted these accusations too easily, mainly because of confusion over the timeline. If Stilicho didn't act against the barbarian invasions of Gaul in 407, they argue, he must have been busy with something else. But since neither Alaric nor Radagaisus was a threat in 407, they assume Stilicho must have been focused on his alleged Illyrian plan. However, This supposed plot is almost certainly fictional. The only evidence for it, beyond Zosimus's vague claims, is the appointment of Jovius as Praetorian prefect for Illyricum in 407. But even if Stilicho did have such a plan, he didn't actually do anything about it in 405, 406, or 407. So the Illyrian issue can't explain his lack of action in Gaul in 407. Within the traditional timeline, his failure to respond to the Gaul invasion remains a mystery. There is another historical problem that becomes much clearer if we reject the traditional dating. According to the usual account, the revolt of Constantine III happened in 407 and was preceded by two earlier revolts in Britain, those of Marcus and Gratian. But the internal timeline of Olympiodorus shows that these earlier revolts must have occurred in 406. This doesn't make sense if the barbarian invasion happened at the end of 406, as traditionally thought. However, if we read Prosper and the Aditamenta correctly, the Rhine crossing actually happened on 31st December 405. This makes the early revolts of Marcus and Gratian in 406 more understandable. The invasions of northern Gaul and the imperial government's failure to act likely caused Britain's troops to rebel. Although the revolt began in 406, it wasn't until 407, when Constantine III emerged as a strong candidate, that the movement moved into Gaul. There are three main reasons to reject the commonly accepted date for the barbarian crossing of the Rhine. First, the structure of the chronicles suggests that the crossing happened on 31st December 405, not in 406. Second, the mystery of Stilicho's inaction during the crisis disappears if we accept the earlier date. He did not act in Gaul because he was busy fighting Radagaisus in Italy. Third, the timeline of the British revolts makes more sense if they are seen as a reaction to the invasion of Gaul. Together, these points strongly support changing the traditional date of the invasion to the last day of 405. A more detailed account of the invasion and the civil war that followed will help make this even clearer. To begin, it's helpful to list the few fixed dates we have for the years 405 to 411. These give us anchor points to fit the rest of the events around. First, Radagaisus. The Aditamenta to Prosper says he invaded Italy during the consulship of Stilicho and Anthemius, which was in 405. He was defeated by Stilicho the following year, on 23rd August 406. Next, the barbarian crossing of the Rhine. This took place on 31st December 405. Then, the usurpation of Marcus in Britain. Olympiodorus says this happened before Honorius's 7th consulship, which means sometime in 406. Prosper gives 407 as the year Constantine III was declared emperor by his troops in Britain. Avitus states that the Vandals, Sueves, and Alans entered Spain on either 28th September or 12th October 409. Finally, Prosper, Avitus, and the Consularia Constantinopolitana all agree that Constantine III was executed in 411. That is all the exact dating we have from the sources. All other chronological details are relative and must be pieced together from fragments in Olympiodorus and the narratives of Sozomen and Zosimus. At some point in 405, Radagaisus crossed the Alps and invaded Italy. This immediate threat completely took up Stilicho's attention. We don't have detailed records of this campaign, because Claudian, the poet and Stilicho's main biographer, had died in 404. But we do know the campaign lasted until August 406. While it was ongoing, Stilicho had no time to focus on other issues. This explains why he did not respond to the invasion of Gaul in the winter of 406. Until Italy was secure, Gaul had to fend for itself, and the people living there understood this. This helps make sense of a confusing passage in Zosimus, where he says the British revolts of Marcus, Gratian, and Constantine were reactions to the barbarian advances in Gaul. The barbarians crossed into Gaul on the last day of 405. Stilicho, tied down by Radagaisus, couldn't intervene, so the people in Britain responded by declaring their own emperor to take control of the situation. Once Stilicho defeated Radagaisus in August 406, he may have turned his attention toward Gaul. But we can't be sure. Our sources say nothing about it. Organizing an army to send to Gaul would have taken time anyway, as later attempts show. Before Stilicho could act, the usurper Constantine had already taken charge and stopped the barbarians' advance. What do we know about the barbarian invasion itself? At the end of 405 and into January 406, the Vandals, Sueves, and Alans crossed the Rhine near the city of Mogontiacum. Why they were there is still debated, but likely they were just waiting for the right moment. That moment came at the end of 405. Perhaps the river froze over, though no source directly says so. Earlier, Roman troops had been withdrawn from the Rhine to fight Alaric, weakening the border defenses, and Radagaisus' invasion meant that Roman attention was elsewhere. There was no organized Roman army defending Mogontiacum. The invaders were initially resisted by the Franks, who lived on the east bank of the Rhine. These Franks may have been Roman allies, but that's just a guess, not a confirmed fact. Also, there was fighting between different Alan groups. Gregory of Tours gives a dramatic account. The Vandal king Godegisel was losing to the Franks and nearly wiped out, but was saved when the Alans under Respendiel came to his aid. With their help, the Vandals, Alans, and Sueves defeated the Franks and crossed into Gaul. From there, they moved south and west. We can partly trace their route, though how precisely depends on which sources we trust. The most reliable information comes from Jerome. He lists cities destroyed by the invaders: Worms, Reims, Amiens, Arras, Terouanne, Toul, Speyer, and Strasbourg. He also notes damage in Aquitaine, Narbonensis, and Novem Populana. This is important not just for the facts, but for what it tells us about the pattern of the invasion. All the cities Jerome mentions are in Belgica Pict, Belgica II, and Germania Borses. By contrast, his comments about the region of the Quinque Provinciae are vague. Jerome liked detail and often invented it when needed. So if he had known more city names in that region, he likely would have listed them. This passage allows us to reach a conclusion and helps us date events. When Jerome was writing, he had no detailed information about barbarian attacks outside of Germania Ain and the Belgicas. South of these regions, he only knew that areas were under threat and that Toulouse had successfully defended itself. His letter was likely written in late 409 or early 410. Even if we assume that news reached Jerome in Bethlehem with a delay of 6 months, it still seems that by mid-409, more than 3 years after the Rhine crossing, the Vandals and their allies had only just moved beyond the northern provinces of Gaul. Jerome knew about their destruction in the north in detail, but only had vague information about their presence in the south. We know they eventually appeared in Aquitaine and Narbonensis, but Jerome doesn't mention specific towns or dates. In other areas of Gaul, where modern historians often say the barbarians caused great destruction, the only evidence comes from much later religious texts, which are not reliable. So if we assess the evidence carefully, we see that from January 406 to at least January 409, the Vandals, Sueves, and Alans stayed mainly in Belgica, Aumbein, and to Tours, and Germania, Wine, that is, north of the Seine, Marne, and Upper Moselle rivers. Some credit for limiting the barbarian advance likely goes to the usurper Constantine III. He was made emperor in 407 and quickly moved to Gaul. Before him, the British army had declared two earlier emperors, Marcus and Gratian. Marcus was chosen sometime in 406, but was quickly killed by the troops. Gratian lasted about 4 months. Then Constantine was declared emperor, and he proved more successful. These rapid usurpations were a response to the barbarian invasions in Gaul and the lack of help from the Roman government. Even though Stilicho had defeated Radagaisus in August 406, there hadn't been enough time to organize a response in Gaul. In fact, the official government in Gaul had retreated from Trier when the barbarians advanced. By the end of 406, the invading tribes had reached Belgica II, the only province from which they might have threatened Britain. Marcus and Gratian were likely declared emperors to stop the invasion, but failed. It's possible that the British soldiers wanted more aggressive action, and when their chosen leaders didn't deliver, they were removed. However, this is only speculation, as we have little reliable information about those early usurpations. What we do know more clearly is what happened under Constantine III. Although Constantine was just a regular soldier and not an officer, he was made emperor largely because his name seemed to promise greatness. How seriously we should take that claim is debatable. Whatever the original reason behind the British rebellion, Constantine quickly turned it into a full-scale usurpation, much like the earlier rebellion of Magnus Maximus. The immediate reason for Constantine's crossing of the English Channel was the presence of barbarian invaders in Belgica II. But clearly, he had personal goals. He wanted to be accepted as a legitimate emperor, Augustus, and start a ruling dynasty. To help with this, one of his sons was taken out of a monastery and married, likely in hopes of producing heirs. Both sons were given new names, Constans and Julian, which shows his ambition to establish a royal family. We don't need to believe Constantine had some deep desire to revive Constantine the Great's legacy to understand why he used similar imagery. Calling himself Flavius Claudius Constantinus sent a strong political message, even if no one believed the connection was real. These symbolic gestures had real power in late Roman politics. Whether Constantine himself believed the propaganda isn't important. His actions can be understood without assuming he did. In 407, after Gratian was overthrown and killed, Constantine was declared emperor, probably early in the year. He quickly decided to cross into Gaul, either to fight the barbarians or to strengthen his political position. Likely, both motives were at play. Before leaving Britain, he appointed Justinus and Nebogast as military commanders and then sailed to Bononia. There was no resistance from the Roman authorities in Gaul. The Roman troops in Gaul and the 5 provinces supported him even before he advanced far, and the governors in Spain also accepted his rule early on. As for the barbarians, as we've seen, they didn't move south of the Belgicas until 409. Their movements until Constantine's arrival followed their own pattern. Afterward, Constantine managed to keep them north of Lugdunensis, probably using both military force and diplomatic treaties. He seems to have won at least one victory, as suggested by his coins that called him Restitutor Rei Publicae. This wasn't just a symbolic claim. Zosimus reports that Constantine re-established Roman forces along the Rhine, and we know the mint at Trier kept producing coins in his name. As we'll see, the barbarians only became a major threat again once Constantine had to deal with rebellion among his own Roman officers. In the year 407, there is no report of any barbarian activity. We can partly follow Constantine's advance from Bononia by looking at how Roman officials fled ahead of him. For example, the epitaph of a man named Eventius in Rome shows that Constantine had reached the area around Vienne in the region of Lugdunensis before July 407. Eventius had been the corrector of Viennensis, and he probably fled to Rome when Constantine approached, dying there in July or August. Other officials in Gaul also fled before Constantine's advance, including the Praetorian prefect Limenius and the Magister Equitum Chariobaldus. Their exact departure dates are not known. Constantine may have been planning to march on Italy, but his first clear goal was Arelate, the key city of the 5 provinces, and now the administrative center of the Gallic prefecture, which had moved there in 406. However, Constantine did not reach Arles without resistance. By this time, Stilicho had stabilized things in Italy. Although Constantine had taken care of the barbarian threat in Gaul, he now posed a much greater danger to Stilicho's government. So Stilicho sent a trusted Gothic general named Sarus to stop him. Sarus confronted Constantine at Valentia, located in the Rhone Valley between Vienne and Arles. Constantine's general Justinus tried to hold a fortified position, but was defeated and killed. Sarus then laid siege to Constantine in Valentia. Constantine's other general, Nebiogast, entered into talks with Sarus. According to the historian Zosimus, it's unclear whether Nebiogast was negotiating on behalf of Constantine or planning to betray him. He may have been trying to arrange a truce that would recognize Constantine as emperor, or he might have been acting for his own benefit. It's also uncertain if Nebiogast was leading the city's defense. He probably wasn't. In any case, Sarus agreed to the meeting but killed Nebiogast at their first encounter. After this betrayal, Constantine appointed 2 new generals, Gerontius and Adobich. Just 7 days into the siege, they launched a successful counterattack and forced Sarus to retreat. Whether Prefect Limenius fled at that point or earlier is unclear, but the road to Arles was now open to Constantine. By the end of 407, Constantine had full control over Gaul. At this point in the story, things become more complicated. While we can figure out the order of events by comparing the different sources, there are no exact dates to help us. The next firm date we have comes from Hydatius, who says the Vandals, Sueves, and Alans entered Spain in either September or October of 409. But before that, many important things had already happened. By the end of 407, Constantine had secured control over Arles. Not long after arriving in Gaul, his officials were welcomed in Spain. This was not surprising. Past usurpations in the 4th century had shown that Spain usually supported new rulers in Gaul quite quickly. However, Constantine's recognition by the Spanish government angered some of Honorius's relatives living in Spain. We know of 4 members of the Theodosian family in Spain at the time: Didymus, Verinianus, Theodosiolus, and Ligodius. Theodosiolus and Ligodius seemed to have accepted Constantine's rule, but Didymus and Verinianus did not. Even though they were on bad terms with each other, they joined forces and raised an army using their own followers. We must figure out the order of events from different sources, but those sources don't always agree. Historians have tried hard to match up the accounts of Orosius, Sozomen, and Zosimus, but it's not really possible. Zosimus and Sozomen both used the same source, Olympiodorus, but Zosimus made mistakes and confused the story. If we ignore Zosimus, the differences between Sozomen and Orosius are easier to manage. Many historians are tempted to ignore Orosius because his dating is often wrong, and to follow Sozomen, who usually reflects the more reliable Olympiodorus. But Orosius was a Spaniard and actually lived through these events, so his account is still important. Sozomen tells us that Constantine promoted his son Constans to the rank of Caesar and sent him with an army to Spain. We don't know exactly when this happened, but it was probably soon after Constantine took Arles. Many believe it happened in early 408, but it's also possible that it took place in the autumn of 407. This raises a question. Why was such a military campaign needed at all? As discussed earlier, Spain didn't have a real army of its own, and previous usurpers hadn't needed to use force to secure it. This puzzle hasn't been examined enough. The answer likely lies in the timeline provided by Orosius. In a well-known passage, he says Constantine had first sent judges to Spain, and they were accepted without resistance. As usual, Orosius gives no specific date. However, he clearly shows that the resistance from Honorius's relatives in Spain happened in response to the arrival of Constantine's officials. These relatives took some time to gather a private army from their own estates. Constantine's mission to Spain was therefore not to take over the province. Spain had already accepted Constantine, but to put down a rebellion that had begun afterward. This interpretation fits the sources and also explains the unusual fact that a military force was needed in Spain at all. Since there was no real Roman army left in Spain, Constantine's officials there couldn't stop Didymus and Verinianus from building their own army. However, they could prevent them from gaining access to the few remaining regular troops. That's likely why the two brothers had to arm local farmers and servants. In the end, Constantine had to send an army from Gaul to defeat them. Still, Constans and his general underestimated the rebels. Didymus and Verinianus won the first battle, and were only captured after Constantine sent reinforcements. The timeline is still hard to determine exactly, but a rough outline is possible. The brothers were defeated in the second battle. After this, Ligodius and Theodosiolus fled Spain. Ligodius went to the Eastern Court in Constantinople, and Theodosiolus went to Honorius in Ravenna. Constans then allowed some of his troops, likely the Honoriani, to plunder the Palatine fields, probably in the area of Palencia. He left these troops in Spain under the command of Gerontius, along with his wife and court in Caesar Augusta, while he returned to Gaul, escorting the captured Theodosian family members back to Constantine in Arles. When exactly did all of this happen? As mentioned earlier, there is good reason to believe Constans was sent to Spain before the end of 407. If there were two battles, the campaign must have lasted into 408. So, Constans likely returned to Arles sometime in 408. No more precise dating is possible, and even these estimates are only educated guesses. Meanwhile, Constantine seems to have stayed at his court in Arles from late 407, when the city came under his control. He had little reason to move. The Rhine had been secured again. The barbarian invaders from January 406 were still limited to northern Gaul, and his Caesar, Constans, was managing things in Spain. It may have been during this calm period that Constantine gave in to the drinking and overeating for which Frigeritus criticized him. He also began to publicly promote his legitimacy. Coins from the Lugdunum Mint featured the image of 4 emperors in harmony: Arcadius, Honorius, Theodosius, and Constantine himself. But Honorius's government refused to accept this claim. Stilicho had always advised against recognizing Constantine and had sent the general Sarus against him in 407. After that attempt failed, and with Alaric more or less under control, Stilicho began raising an army to send against Constantine. But the army he gathered at Ticinum rebelled and killed several top officials on August 13th, 408. After Stilicho's own execution on August 22nd, Honorius's position weakened further, as Alaric and Stilicho's supporters caused chaos. This turn of events was a stroke of luck for Constantine, who was now safe from any threat coming from Italy. He stayed quietly in Arles and watched Honorius's situation worsen. When the time seemed right, he made a formal bid for recognition to turn his self-proclaimed authority into official imperial legitimacy. He sent envoys to Honorius in late 408. The exact date is unclear, since Photius's summary of Olympiodorus is very brief here, so we rely on Zosimus. He says Constantine's embassy coincided with the treaty made with Alaric in late 408. At that point, Didymus and Verinianus were already dead, although Honorius had not yet received the news. Since their executions likely took place around mid-408, Constantine's embassy probably set out for Ravenna in the autumn of that year. With Italy in disorder and no strong general left to act, Honorius gave in. He accepted Constantine as co-emperor and sent him an imperial robe. In January 409, Constantine and Honorius were officially consuls together, though this was only acknowledged in Constantine's part of the empire. Having finally achieved his goal, Constantine continued to stay in Arles without challenge. This period is another example where our sources give a misleading picture of how events happened over time. The timelines from Sozomen, and especially Zosimus, suggest that Constans, after bringing Didymus and Verinianus to Arles, was immediately sent back to Spain with a new general to replace Gerontius. This has caused some historians to wrongly date Constans' victory in Spain. But the rest of the story shows that this is not accurate. What the sources don't clearly say, but we must assume, is that when Constans returned to Arles with the prisoners in 408, he stayed there with his father until the summer of 409. We can figure this out because Gerontius rebelled around the time Constans went back to Spain. The barbarian invasion of Spain happened directly because of Gerontius's revolt. Since the Vandals, Alans, and Sueves entered Spain by the 12th of October, 409 at the latest, Constans must have returned to Spain sometime in the summer of that year. The sources then rush through the next events: the revolt of Gerontius, Constans' retreat and death, and Constantine's defeat. Sozomen, for example, makes it seem like these events happened one after the other very quickly. But as we know, Gerontius rebelled in late summer 409, and Constantine didn't fall until summer 411. So the events can actually be spread reasonably over 2 years, once we accept that the sources make things look faster than they were. So the year 409 began well for Constantine. He had been recognized by Honorius, and they shared the consulship. He and Constans were in Arles, and Spain was firmly under control thanks to Gerontius. But Constantine made a mistake. He promoted Constans from Caesar to Augustus and sent him back to Spain, while also changing key positions. Apollinaris was replaced as prefect by Dictimius Rusticus. Gerontius was also expected to be removed, as Constans traveled with a new general, Eustace. Why Constantine made this change remains a mystery, and no explanation fully satisfies historians. But Gerontius was clearly unhappy. He rebelled, raised his banner against Constantine, and encouraged the barbarians in Gaul to join him. These barbarians had been quiet for some time. As Jerome's writings suggest, they had stayed in the Belgicus in northern Gaul until 409. Gerontius urged them to move. This period, the second half of 409 and the beginning of 410, is when we find reports of the barbarian attacks in Aquitaine and Narbonensis. Southern Gaul had enjoyed uninterrupted peace for many decades, even when the north was under serious threat. Its economy had remained strong throughout the 4th century, and the local ruling class had gained great power in the last decades of that century. This made the shock of the invasion even greater. Writers of the time described these events in dramatic and emotional terms, especially showing their surprise. Events like this simply weren't supposed to happen. One anonymous writer laments that peace had vanished, and that people now suffered from violence, disease, hunger, cold, and captivity. Another poem, an epigramma possibly written by someone named Paulus, refers directly to the Vandals and the swift Alans, describing their burning and looting. However, This same poem also criticizes the victims for quickly returning to their normal lives after the chaos. Other sources, like the Carmen Divina Providentia and Orientius Commonitorium, also list the same horrors of war: famine, disease, murder, pillage, and fire. These texts show real emotion, even under the formal and decorative style of late antique Latin. All of them reflect the terror caused by the barbarians, who probably entered the southern provinces around mid-409. How long did they stay? It's often assumed that once they crossed into Spain, they remained there permanently. But the reality was more complicated. Two things should be remembered. First, the Pyrenees Mountains were not a serious barrier unless there was a strong military defense, which there wasn't. And second, with Gerontius and Constans fighting each other, no such defense was organized. This meant the mountains could be crossed easily and often. While Gerontius wanted the barbarians to cause problems for Constantine, it's unclear whether he actually intended to let them enter Spain. Things got out of his control. The mountain passes, whether simply neglected or even betrayed, were left open, and both Spain and southern Gaul were exposed to attack. Still, it's a mistake to assume the barbarians stayed only in Spain after entering it. Sozomen clearly says that after Constantine's power collapsed, which happened after Gerontius's revolt, the barbarians were causing destruction on both sides of the Pyrenees. The key point is that there is no evidence of barbarian presence in southern Gaul before 409. Also, we shouldn't treat the date of their entry into Spain as the deadline for their activities in Gaul. A more accurate cutoff is 411, the year when the tribes divided the Spanish provinces among themselves to settle, and when both Gerontius committed suicide and Constantine was defeated. Between 409 and 411, the barbarians were likely active on both the Spanish and Gallic sides of the Pyrenees. In late summer 409, the barbarian tribes entered southern Gaul, encouraged by Gerontius. Meanwhile, Constantine had his eyes on Italy. Around the time of Alaric's first march on Rome, he sent another embassy to Honorius. This embassy, led by Jovius, did not change anything, but it gave Constantine a chance to try and win over one of Honorius's generals, the Magister Equitum Alobich. Constantine then decided to lead an army into Italy, perhaps pretending it was to help his fellow emperor Honorius against Alaric. The exact date of this move is unclear, but it likely happened in spring 410. However, he got no further than the river Po. When he heard that Alobich had died, he turned back at Liberona. He arrived back in Arles at the same time as his son Constans, who had just come from Spain, where he had run into problems. Gerontius had started his revolt in the summer of 409. Once again, the ancient sources compress the timeline too much. Constans arrived in Arles around the same time as Constantine returned from Italy, probably spring 410. Constans and the general Justus had gone to fight the rebelling Gerontius, but were defeated. Some modern accounts wrongly say Constans fled without even trying to fight, but the original sources say there was a battle, and he only retreated after losing. At Arles, father and son, both now claiming to be emperors, met and likely made new plans. Even though Constantine's invasion of Italy had failed, they probably believed Honorius would still not act based on his past behavior. That may explain why they did not fear an attack from Italy. Gerontius and his barbarian allies in Gaul were now the main threat. Constantine's Magister Militum, Edobich, was sent to the Rhine to get help from Frankish troops. Meanwhile, Constans tried once again to fight Gerontius, but was defeated again. This time, Gerontius managed to kill Constans at Vienne. This is a bit confusing because Vienne was not directly on the way between Spain and Arles. The sources are unclear. Photius's summary of Olympiodorus only says that Gerontius chased and killed Constans. Sozomen says both that Gerontius killed Constans while heading toward Constantine, and that Constantine had sent Constans to defend Vienne. It's not clear which part of Sozomen's account reflects the original more accurately. Vienne does not seem like a logical place for their final battle. One possible explanation is this. Constans was sent to stop Gerontius somewhere on the road between Arles and Spain, but after losing the battle, he fled to Vienne. Gerontius then pursued him there and killed him. Other explanations are possible, but this one makes sense if Gerontius originally set out to attack Constantine, and Constans intercepted him and briefly delayed him. This must have taken some time. In any case, we are told that by the time Gerontius managed to kill Constans, Honorius's generals, Constantius and Ulfilas, had already crossed the Alps into Gaul. And since Constantine's downfall followed soon after, we are now in the spring of 411. This means Gerontius's campaign against Constans lasted through much of 410, and the son's death happened only a few months before the father's, in early 411. In the meantime, many things had happened. Once again, Photius's summary is too brief, and Sozomen's account gives a better idea of what Olympiodorus wrote. When Gerontius decided to rebel, he quickly appointed his own emperor, Maximus, one of his followers and a member of his household guard. Gerontius made Terrico, the provincial capital, his base, as it had good communication with Gaul. The mint in Barcino immediately began issuing coins in Maximus's name. Gerontius may have secured his rear by making deals with the barbarians then in Spain, but there is no clear evidence of that. In any case, it's unlikely that Gerontius ever wanted the Spanish barbarians. His aim had been for the barbarian groups in Gaul to attack Constantine in Gaul. Still, the barbarians entered Spain shortly after Gerontius started his revolt, and their movements and settlement are discussed in Chapter 4. For now, while some of them caused chaos across Spain and others may have stayed active in Aquitaine and parts of Narbonensis, Gerontius fought against Constans. First, he defeated him in Spain, then later in Gaul. These campaigns took up most of 410, and Gerontius didn't finally kill Constans until early 411. After that, he continued his plan to go after Constantine. Constantine seems never to have left Arles after his failure in Italy. He was still waiting for Edobich to return from the Rhineland when Gerontius advanced down the Rhone River from Vienne to Arles. He began a siege against his former commander, but fled when the army of Constantius and Ulfilas, who had apparently crossed the Alps without resistance, arrived at the city. Most of Gerontius's soldiers joined Constantius, who then continued the siege that Gerontius had started. Constantine refused to surrender, hoping that Edobich would soon arrive. When word came that Edobich was approaching Arles, Constantius and Ulfilas moved to intercept him. They had to cross the Rhone because the Roman city of Arles stood on both sides of the river. The main road south from the Rhineland, which Edobich was likely using, followed the left bank. So Constantius had been leading the siege from the right bank. After crossing the river, they marched north and trapped Edobich between two parts of their army. Edobich's forces were defeated. While his men surrendered, he fled to a nobleman named Ecdicius, with whom he had a personal bond. But despite their friendship, Ecdicius killed him and took his head to Constantius. Constantius and Ulfilas then returned to the siege of Arles. Realizing defeat was inevitable, Constantine went to a church and had himself ordained as a priest. The city gates were opened. Constantius and Ulfilas entered in victory and captured Constantine and his remaining son, Julian, who held the rank of nobilissimus. They were sent to Honorius in Italy and executed by the river Mincio in September 411. On the 18th of that month, Constantine's head was displayed on a stake in Ravenna. Constantius then began restoring order in the western provinces. Meanwhile, Gerontius met a tragic end. Besieged by his own troops and trapped in his house in Baetica, he killed his loyal servant and his deeply religious wife before falling on his own sword. His emperor, Maximus, now without support, gave up the title and went to live among the barbarian tribes who had already divided much of Spain among themselves. Before continuing, it may be helpful to summarize the previous discussion, which has been quite dense due to the need to explain each point in detail. The summary below leaves out the doubts and possibilities that surrounded many of the arguments. The events from 406 to 411 are crucial for understanding the fall of Roman Spain. They show that the year 409, often seen as the end of Roman Spain, has been given more importance than it deserves. The crossing of the Pyrenees in 409 was just one part of a larger Roman civil war. Neither that event nor the end of the civil war marked the true end of Roman Spain. After 409, the Vandals, Sueves, and Alans became forces the Romans had to deal with, but Roman rule in Spain continued for many more years. In the winter of 405, while Stilicho was busy with Radagaisus, the Vandals, Sueves, and Alans crossed the Rhine at Mainz. They met resistance from the Franks, during which the Vandal king was killed. After that, the invaders moved through Germania, Worcester, and Belgica, Owerth, and Sekind, where they paused for a time. Their advance, and the Roman government's failure to act, triggered a rebellion in Britain by late summer 406. First Marcus, then Gratian, were declared emperors by the army, but both were quickly killed. In early 407, Constantine III was declared emperor. He appointed two generals, Justinus and Nebiogast, and crossed to Gaul at Bononia to fight the invaders. He had success and claimed the title Restaurator, Re Publicae. Gaul and Spain quickly submitted to him. He advanced as far south as Valentia, but an army under Sarus, sent by Stilicho, forced him to fight in late summer. Sarus defeated Justinus and killed Nebiogast, who had tried to betray Constantine. Constantine then appointed Edobich and Gerontius as his new generals, and they drove Sarus back into Italy. In early autumn 407, Constantine made Arles his capital and ruled all of Gaul. He also managed to keep the German invaders of 406 north of the Lugdunenses, either by fighting them or making treaties. Meanwhile, Constantine's control of Spain was challenged by a rebellion led by Didymus and Verinianus, relatives of Honorius. In response, Constantine made his son, Constans, formerly a monk, Caesar, and sent him to Spain with Gerontius. Their campaign lasted into 408. After some early success, they captured the rebel leaders. Constans allowed his troops to loot as a reward for victory, then returned to Arles with the prisoners, who were executed. During this time, Stilicho's plans to remove Constantine were ruined by a mutiny among the troops at Ticinum, and soon afterward, Stilicho himself was executed. With Italy in chaos due to Alaric's actions, Honorius had no choice but to recognize Constantine as a fellow emperor when Constantine sent an embassy to him in autumn 408. In early 409, Constantine and his son Constans were at the peak of their success. Constantine celebrated his joint consulship with Honorius. However, his ambitions went beyond his abilities. By promoting Constans to Augustus and beginning a purge of his top commanders, he destabilized his own regime. Gerontius, knowing he was about to be replaced, rebelled. He also caused northern barbarian tribes to rise up. These groups moved south, and by late summer or early autumn of 409, they entered Aquitaine and Narbonensis. In September and October, some crossed the Pyrenees into Spain. Gerontius let this happen because, after declaring his ally Maximus as emperor at Terrico, he focused on defeating his former master, Constantine. His battles against Constans kept him busy throughout 410, while the barbarians spread through Spain without resistance. Meanwhile, Constantine, possibly underestimating Gerontius, turned his attention to Italy. He began corresponding with Honorius's general Alabich and marched into Italy in early spring 410. But Honorius began to distrust Alabich and had him executed. Constantine then retreated to Arles, where he remained until his final defeat. Constans, having fled from Gerontius, joined him in Arles in spring 410, and they planned a last attempt to save their crumbling regime. They sent the general Edobich to the Rhineland for reinforcements, and Constans was once again sent to face Gerontius. Defeated again, Constans fled to Vienne, where he was killed. Gerontius then advanced on Arles, but when Honorius' army approached, his troops deserted him. He committed suicide soon afterward. Honorius's generals, Constantius and Ulfilas, gained the support of Gerontius's former soldiers, defeated Edobich near the Rhone River, and began the siege of Arles. With no hope left, Constantine gave up his claim to the throne, went into a church, and had himself ordained as a priest. Arles surrendered to Constantius. Constantine, now a cleric, was dragged from the church and sent to Honorius. However, both he and his son were executed before they reached Ravenna. The historian Orosius claimed that Honorius was specially favored by God for defeating so many rivals during his long reign. Honorius himself was not an active ruler, so his success seems surprising. It may have been providence, but more likely, it was due to the incompetence of his enemies. There are more sources about Constantine III's reign than for many other late Roman rulers. The writings of Olympiodorus and his later summarizers even allow us to assess the characters of Constantine, Gerontius, and others. Still, much romantic storytelling has entered the records, even when it contradicts logic. Constantine was a bold opportunist. He gained Gaul due to chance, and Spain because it depended on Gaul. Honorius only recognized him because of pressure from Alaric. His only real success was defeating the barbarian invaders in 405. In fact, he was one of the least active usurpers. He couldn't choose good subordinates, as shown by the failures of Justinus, Nebiogast, Edobic, and Gerontius. As for Gerontius, despite the dramatic stories of his death, he was a failure. His only real victory, against a force of his own former allies, came only on a second try. He lost control of the Vandals, Alans, and Sueves, whom he had unleashed. And it took him more than a year to beat Constans, an ex-monk, and perhaps the only general more incompetent than himself. Gerontius was a strict disciplinarian, but won no victories. It's no surprise his own soldiers turned on him and wanted him dead. In the end, it's not surprising that Honorius remained on the throne, even if not completely victorious. If he had been challenged by stronger figures like Magnentius or Magnus Maximus, things might have turned out very differently. But because his rivals were so weak, it was only a matter of time before a capable general brought them down. That general was Constantius, who proved to be more than just competent. This was fortunate, because after Constantine's defeat, much work still needed to be done in Spain and Gaul. Gerontius, in his rush to defeat Constantine, had left Spain in chaos. The Vandals, Sueves, and Alans had split up the provinces and settled there. The effects of this settlement on Roman Spain are discussed in the next chapter. There, we'll see that Roman rule in Spain didn't suddenly collapse in 409. Instead, it was quickly restored, partly through imperial action and partly with help from the Goths, a barbarian group that enters the story in 415 and plays a key role from that point on. Right after the invasions of 409, we begin to see political patterns that would shape Spanish history until the death of Majorian, over 50 years later. There was no dramatic break from the Roman past in 409, so the period after that shouldn't be seen as post-Roman. Instead, we see a Spain where imperial power continued, still controlling most provincial governments except in Galicia, but always under pressure from barbarian settlers. The Roman government couldn't remove these groups completely, so it allowed a certain level of local instability. Still, it managed to hold on to the main cities and administrative centers in Lusitania, Baetica, Carthaginiensis, and Tarraconensis. Roman emperors mainly kept their control through military support from the Goths. Sometimes this Gothic involvement is wrongly seen as independent aggression, but we must remember that up until Majorian's time, the Goths were acting on behalf of the Roman state. That is the general picture we get from the available sources. However, these sources have problems. As the 5th century goes on, we become more and more reliant on Hydatius. Until about 418, he is one of several sources for Roman Spain. But during the next decade, he becomes the main source. After 429, he is basically the only one. This isn't necessarily a bad thing. Hydatius has been proven reliable, especially when compared to other writers from the 5th and 6th centuries. The real issue is something else. And it isn't Hydatius' fault. Whenever we have just one source, there's a strong temptation to retell everything it says. This is partly because we don't want to ignore valuable information. When we have many sources, we can be selective and leave out details that don't matter. But with only one source, we feel we must include everything it says, no matter how minor. That's why many histories of Anglo-Saxon England simply repeat Bede. Similarly, many accounts of 5th century Spain are just retellings of Hydatius. But Hydatius deserves a more thoughtful and careful approach. There are two main issues to keep in mind when working with Hydatius. The first comes from the nature of the chronicle as a genre. Events from different years are described in the same way, and there are no clear signals to show which events are more important than others. This problem is especially noticeable with Hydatius, who, except for the Gothic campaign of 456, never treats any one event as more significant than the rest. The second issue is the geographical focus of Hydatius's chronicle. He mostly writes about events in Galicia. Even when he reports both local and wider events, he doesn't show any difference in how he presents them. This creates a trap for modern historians. Galicia was only one part of Spain, and it's a mistake to assume its situation reflects the whole of late Roman Spain. We can't assume that conditions in Galicia were the same in all the other provinces. But when modern histories repeat Hydatius word for word, they end up giving too much attention to Galicia, as if it were the most important region. Still, even though Hydatius focuses heavily on Galicia, we shouldn't think he was isolated or unable to report on events beyond what he personally witnessed. It's easy to overstate how little he knew. Communication in the late Roman world wasn't very efficient by modern standards. It's possible that the things Hydatius didn't mention show that Galicia, under Suevic rule, was becoming more cut off from the rest of the empire. But we don't have enough evidence to compare. A bishop in a small Galician town in the 4th century was probably no better informed than Hydatius was in the 5th. His sources, as far as we can tell, were normal for his time. News could reach Galicia directly from the east via Hispalis. More often, however, news came from Rome and Gaul. It's likely that much of the Italian news Hydatius received was passed on by informants from Gaul, since most of the sources he names are Gallic. However, there is at least one clear case of direct contact between Rome and Galicia. A Galician deacon named Petruncus brought back to Spain some writings of Pope Leo I that opposed the Priscillianist movement. Also, letters from Rome to the city of Asterica in Galicia have survived from the same years when Hydatius was writing. Hydatius' chronicle presents many challenges for historians, but being isolated or ignorant was not one of his weaknesses. On the other hand, the way Hydatius presents his material is a serious issue. We must always separate the actual events he reports from the way he wants his readers to understand them. Hydatius saw the world as dark and full of suffering, and he wanted his readers to feel the same despair. He regularly describes events in the most negative way possible, but we do not have to accept his interpretation every time. In the case of local events in Galicia, his pessimistic view often fits what actually happened. But when he talks about the rest of Spain, there is a difference between what he reports and how he interprets it. If we follow his interpretation in those cases, we are likely to be misled. To understand the history of late Roman Spain, we need to pay attention to what Hydatius says, but often reject the way he says it. When we do this, the usual idea of 5th century Spain as total chaos after the fall of Roman power disappears. Instead, we see that imperial authority remained effective in much of Spain for over 50 years after 409, the year it is usually said to have ended. The arrival of the Vandals, Alans, and Sueves in Spain was part of a Roman civil war. It happened as a result of Roman generals fighting each other. Still, their entry into Spain was an invasion. It was not planned or organized. Gerontius had encouraged these tribes, who had been in northern Gaul since 406, to attack Constantine III. After moving into Aquitaine and Narbonensis, they crossed the Pyrenees into Spain. Some may have stayed in southern Gaul until Constantine's fall. The barbarians were able to enter Spain only because of the confusion caused by the Roman Civil War. Gerontius was too focused on attacking Constantine to stop them. Some have suggested that Gerontius made a deal with the invaders, but there is no evidence for this. So the crossing into Spain in 409 was simply opportunistic. Hydatius gives a grim picture of the violence the barbarians brought to the Spanish provinces in 409 and 410. His account is often taken to mean that Roman power was completely destroyed, with the barbarian settlement of 411 marking the final end. But we must look carefully at what he actually says. Here is Hydatius's dramatic description of the years 410 and 411. As the barbarians rampaged through Spain and a deadly plague spread, greedy tax collectors stole the wealth stored in the cities, and soldiers consumed whatever they wanted. A terrible famine swept the land, so extreme that people ate human flesh. Mothers even killed and cooked their own children. Wild animals, having gotten used to feeding on the dead from war, famine, and disease, began attacking even healthy people, tearing them apart. And so, with the 4 plagues of war, famine, disease, and wild beasts destroying everything, the prophecy of the Lord was fulfilled. This account shows Hydatius' view of the time, but it should not be taken at face value as a full description of what actually happened. This is Hydatius' version of the apocalypse. Nowhere else in his chronicle does he describe events in such dark and dramatic terms. The references to cannibalism and wild beasts may be literary exaggerations, symbols of widespread destruction meant to match the emotional style of the passage. Still, according to Hydatius, the violence soon ended. He writes, "After the provinces of Spain were devastated by these disasters, by God's mercy, the barbarians turned to peace. They divided the lands among themselves to live in. The Vandals and Sueves took Galicia, at the far western edge by the ocean. The Alans took Lusitania and Carthaginiensis, and the Siling Vandals took Baetica. In the towns and fortresses, the surviving Spaniards submitted to the rule of the Barbarians, who now controlled the provinces. That's all Hydatius tells us about the final years of the civil war in Spain. These years, from 409 to 411, could better be described as the time of Maximus, who was the puppet emperor installed by Gerontius. From the moment of Gerontius's rebellion in late summer 409, Maximus was the ruler in Spain. But can we really call it a reign? In other words, did Maximus manage to run a functioning Roman government in Spain? Most scholars have thought not, but there is good evidence that he did. Despite Hydatius's grim tone, his account actually shows that Roman administration continued in Spain. For example, who are the tyrannical tax collector and the greedy soldiers mentioned by Hydatius, if not Roman officials and troops? In his entry for the year 410, Hydatius clearly shows that barbarian invaders and Roman authorities were both present at the same time and even in the same regions. The suffering caused by the barbarians and the oppression by Roman tax agents were happening side by side. This suggests that Roman rule and administration were still working during the final years of the Civil War, even in areas invaded by the Vandals, Sueves, and Alans. And since Maximus was the only recognized authority in Spain at that time, it must have been his government that continued to operate. This leads to another question. How much power did Maximus actually have? It is usually claimed that after 409, only the province of Tarraconensis remained under Roman control, while Carthaginiensis, Baetica, Lusitania, and Galatia stopped functioning as Roman provinces and were taken over by the barbarian groups. In this view, Tarraconensis was safe from barbarian invasion, unlike the rest of the peninsula. But there is little solid evidence for this view, just a few lines from Hydatius. And in fact, those same passages seem to contradict the traditional interpretation. They suggest we need to rethink how we understand this period. First of all, nowhere is it said, or even suggested, that the province of Tarraconensis was untouched by the invading barbarians. In fact, they would have had to pass through that province to reach the rest of Spain. The belief that Tarraconensis was spared is based mainly on two facts. Maximus had his capital at Tarraco, and his mint was located at Barcino. Also, when the barbarians divided Spain among themselves in 411, Tarraconensis was not included. However, none of this proves that the province was left alone during the earlier years. Secondly, Hydatius clearly shows that in the same areas where the barbarians were active, Roman officials were also causing trouble for the local people. So, how should we understand this situation? We don't know much about Maximus' government, except that it existed. Hydatius says it functioned in the same regions where the barbarians were present, so in more provinces than just Tarraconensis. This government was able to collect taxes and maintain troops. For this to happen, Maximus and Gerontius had to find a way to coexist with the barbarian invaders in the region. Many historians have suggested that Gerontius or Maximus made some kind of treaty with the barbarians. The details of this supposed agreement are always speculative, but the truth is, neither Hydatius nor any other source mentions such a treaty. In fact, the sources suggest the opposite. Olympiodorus tells us that the barbarians were only able to cross the Pyrenees because the Roman commanders had abandoned their posts. Even if we don't blame Gerontius directly for allowing them in, some still say he must have reached an agreement with them afterward. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to leave Spain to fight Constantine. But in reality, It was only when Gerontius left for Gaul in 411 that the barbarians stopped looting and divided the Spanish provinces to settle in. So between 409 and 411, we must accept that Maximus's government and the barbarian groups existed side by side in Spain. Besides Hydateus's evidence, we also know from other sources that Maximus's government was active in the coastal parts of Tarraconensis. Olympiodorus tells us that Gerontius made Tarraco the capital, and coins in Maximus's name were struck at Barcino. Hydateus also shows that Roman officials under Maximus continued working in the other provinces. They still collected taxes, likely in kind, such as food, and supported a Roman army. This army was likely Gerontius' own force, which was being supplied with resources from Spanish cities. In 410, when Maximus's administration is known to have been active, Gerontius was fighting Constans not in Gaul, but in Spain. It was only in 411 that Gerontius took the fight to Gaul. So, during 410, his army was operating in Spain, probably in Tarraconensis, and the tax officials mentioned by Hydateus were likely collecting supplies for that army. This means that, at least temporarily, they had found a way to coexist with the barbarian settlers. Spain is a large country, and outside the dry central plateau, it is also very fertile. It was spacious enough to absorb even a large number of barbarian settlers. The situation described by Hydateus, where a working Roman government existed alongside widespread destruction, makes sense in this kind of land. Barbarians rarely managed to capture cities, so they did not seriously damage Roman administration, which was mostly based in towns. This general idea is supported by evidence from Spain, where we see that it took more than 15 years before the barbarian groups truly began to threaten Roman towns. However, life in the countryside was likely very different. There were both widespread and localized destructions, along with disease and famine, causing great suffering. Still, these problems didn't affect Roman imperial control directly. In some areas, Roman power was weakened, but in others, according to Hydateus, it continued as usual, and Roman authorities still made demands on the population. This background helps us understand a famous statement by Orosius, that some Romans chose to live in poverty under the barbarians rather than suffer the burden of Roman taxes. The fact that this was even a choice shows that Roman administration still existed. We can't be sure how far Roman control reached, but it's possible that for most of Maximus's rule, from 409 to early 411, his authority extended across most of Spain, even in areas hit by barbarian attacks. However, we know Maximus did nothing to fight the barbarians. He managed to coexist with them, but even before his government collapsed, his power had already started to shrink. This likely began when Gerontius took his military campaign into Gaul. Once again, barbarian advances were connected to events in the Roman Civil War. It may seem reasonable to think that the barbarians' growing power in Spain happened because Maximus's government was collapsing. Hydateus even seems to suggest this when he says that in 411, the barbarians made peace and divided up the provinces among themselves. His account contrasts the year 410, when Roman officials still demanded taxes, with 411, when Roman authority is no longer mentioned. But these dates don't match the actual fall of Maximus. Gerontius died in late summer 411, but according to Prosper, Maximus didn't give up the throne until 412. So Maximus's government continued for several months after his main supporter had died. This means that the loss of Roman control in Spain happened before Maximus's fall. The real turning point was when Gerontius left Spain. Until early 411, he had been fighting Constans in Tarraconensis. While he remained in Spain, the barbarians mostly limited themselves to raiding without trying to fully take over. But when Gerontius left to continue the war in Gaul, the barbarians divided the Spanish provinces among themselves, no longer recognizing Roman rule. By the time Maximus finally fell in 412, his empire had already vanished in practice. The end of Maximus is described by Orosius. He says that Maximus was abandoned by his Gallic soldiers, who then went to Africa. This likely means they had returned to the service of the legitimate emperor Honorius and were sent to Africa by his general. Maximus, on the other hand, went to live among the barbarians. According to Prosper, after giving up his imperial title, Maximus was allowed to live because he was seen as harmless. This means the imperial government did not chase or punish Maximus. The reason seems clear, because a new usurper, Jovinus, had appeared, and Constantius, Honorius's general, couldn't spare any troops to deal with Spain. So that was the end of Maximus. His reign lasted from 409 to 412, though his real power had already weakened before that. In 411, after Gerontius left Spain, the barbarians who had entered in 409 divided the provinces among themselves. Just as Maximus was left alone, so too were the barbarian groups in Spain. Orosius says they turned to farming, though he uses a familiar phrase that might just be a literary cliché. Still, his words support Hydatius' claim that the barbarians stopped fighting and turned to peace. How exactly this peaceful settlement came about is debated, mainly because there is very little evidence. We'll look at the nature of the settlement later, but for now, the process can be briefly explained. Some scholars have tried to argue that the division of Spain in 411 was a Roman organized plan, using the old system of receptio. But Hydatius's words are very clear. Sorte ad inhabitandum sibi provinciarum diviserunt regiones. This means the barbarians divided the land themselves to live in it. This phrase is more complex than it seems. The Latin word sorte is usually taken to mean by lot, as if they drew lots to decide who got which land. But it could also just mean that they divided the provinces into portions for themselves. What's clear is that the barbarians were the ones doing the dividing for themselves. Hydatius does not say Romans organized it. While he doesn't rule out the idea that some Romans may have helped, he clearly rules out any official involvement by the imperial government. So we can confidently say what the 411 settlement was not. It was not a Roman-led plan. But what it actually was is harder to determine. Since the evidence is so limited, any interpretation is based partly on guesswork. First, regarding the idea of casting lots. Hydatius's phrase doesn't necessarily mean they used a lottery. Some imagine that drawing lots helped avoid conflict among the barbarian groups. But this idea has two problems. First, the division wasn't equal. The Alans got 2 provinces, the Siling Vandals got 1, and the Asding Vandals and Sueves had to share 1. Second, the idea that lots were needed to prevent competition assumes the barbarians were too many to share peacefully. But Spain is large and fertile, especially outside the central plateau, and any one province could have supported all the invaders. So both historically and linguistically, the idea of casting lots doesn't hold up. Moreover, there seems to have been a logic in how the provinces were divided, something often overlooked. For example, the Alans received Lusitania, which included Emerita, the capital of the Spanish diocese. It's probably not a coincidence that the group given the most important administrative center later became the most powerful among the barbarian settlers. There is much we don't know about the settlement of 411, but we can at least be clear about what assumptions we should not make. The most important is the idea that Roman imperial authority was involved in this settlement. While we can't say for certain that no Romans were involved at all, The evidence clearly shows that the Roman government did not take part or give any official approval. The barbarian groups divided the provinces among themselves on their own, and the people of Spain submitted to them. We use the word servitude because Hydatius uses it. He writes, "In the cities and strongholds, the Spaniards who survived the attacks of the barbarians, who now ruled over the provinces, submitted themselves to servitude." This short statement is almost all we know about Roman life under the Vandals, Sueves, and Alans. The word servitude might just mean that the Spaniards no longer lived under the rule of a Roman emperor. It doesn't necessarily mean their lives got worse. However, modern historians often describe the years after 411 in very dark terms. They usually do this by taking the terrible conditions Hydatius described for 410 and imagining that those same conditions continued through the entire next decade. But this isn't justified. Hydatius clearly says the worst events happened in 410, and other evidence, like from Orosius and Salvian, writing around 441, comes from much later, not immediately after 411. In fact, all the evidence we have suggests that the years between the 411 settlement and the Gothic campaigns of Wallia in 416 were mostly peaceful in Spain. Orosius, who lived during that time, writes that the barbarians gave up fighting and took up farming, living peacefully alongside their Roman neighbors. Even though his style is very rhetorical, what he says supports Hydatius's account. Hydatius himself, though he mentions barbarian rule, also says that, "By the mercy of God, the barbarians turned to the establishment of peace." More importantly, Hydatius' own record shows that from 411 to 425, the Vandals, Alans, and Sueves did not launch unprovoked attacks against Roman provincials. When fighting did occur, it was between the barbarian groups themselves. Violence only returned when Constantius launched a campaign against them in 416. So, between 411 and 416, Spain seems to have been at peace. This peaceful period is likely why the Roman imperial government ignored Spain after Maximus fell from power. From the imperial point of view, the situation was simple. Gaul, Italy, and Africa were always more important than Spain, and problems in those areas prevented Constantius from doing anything about Spain. At the time, two major rebellions, by Jovinus and Heraclian, needed urgent attention. In fact, Rome usually saw rebel usurpers as more dangerous than barbarian groups. Since Spain didn't pose a serious threat, Constantius focused instead on defeating those usurpers. Interestingly, Spain could still be seen as loyal to the legitimate emperor, even though imperial control there was mostly symbolic because of the barbarian presence. Still, with Maximus gone and no new usurper claiming control over Spain, the region stayed loyal in a political sense. Because of this, the Roman government felt it was safe to ignore the province. Just having nominal control was considered enough. Constantius did nothing about Spain in 412 because he saw it as more secure than Gaul, and later, Africa. The Romans believed that barbarians could always be dealt with later, but usurpers needed to be confronted and defeated immediately. So in 412, Spain didn't seem like a problem to the Roman government. It was viewed simply as a quiet, loyal province at a time when other parts of the empire were in crisis. Only after the civil wars had ended did Honorius turn his attention to Spain and decide that its symbolic loyalty should be made into real control. To do this, the Romans used the Goths. The chance to use them only came in 416, and it was mostly a matter of convenience. They were already available. Back in 412, Heraclian's rebellion had cut off Rome's access to grain from Africa. This likely meant that Constantius could no longer feed the Goths as promised under a treaty made in exchange for their help against the usurper Jovinus. The Goths quickly reacted by turning against Honorius again. They raised Attalus as emperor for a second time. This is what really pushed Constantius to launch a strong campaign against Attalus's supporter, the Gothic king Athalf. Usurpers were always seen as the greatest threat. In 415, Constantius drove Athalf out of Gaul into Spain, where Athalf settled in Barcino. But there, he was murdered by one of his own followers. He was replaced by Sigeric, who ruled for only 7 days. Then Wallia became king after removing his rivals. By late 415 or early 416, Constantius made a treaty with Wallia. As part of the deal, the Romans got Galla Placidia back, and in return, they gave the Goths 600,000 measures of wheat to feed their people. Before the year was over, the Goths were fighting for the Roman Empire, helping to fight the Vandals and Alans in Baetica and Lusitania. This short account leads to some important conclusions about the state of Roman Spain. First, the fact that Athalf lived in Barcino shows that at least part of the province of Tarraconensis was not under the control of any other barbarian group at the time. His occupation of the city also seems to have been peaceful, although given how limited our sources are, this cannot be said with total confidence. What happened next with the first Gothic presence in Spain supports many of the earlier points made. The most important detail is that there is no evidence of conflict between the Goths and the other barbarian groups until Constantius made a treaty with the Goths and encouraged them to fight. This means the peninsula wasn't so full of other barbarians that the arrival of the Goths caused immediate tensions or conflict. In 415, Spain was able to host the Vandals, Sueves, Alans, and Goths all at once, and we have no record of fighting between them. In fact, the few sources we do have suggest there was peaceful trade among these groups. The Goths had entered Spain because a blockade had caused a shortage of supplies. Once inside the peninsula, they still lacked food. The Vandals helped by selling them grain at very high prices. The fact that the Vandals had enough food to sell supports the idea that Spain, in 415 and early 416, was relatively stable and calm. The arrival of the Goths didn't disturb the other barbarian groups living in Spain. The Goths were mainly concerned with finding food. At first, they bought it from the Vandals, but they probably looked for other options as well. It's widely believed that Wallia, the Gothic king, tried to cross over to Africa to find a place where his people could survive. He may have considered such an idea, but there is no solid proof that he actually attempted it. Our only source for this is Orosius. He tells a dramatic story of a Gothic army trying to sail to Africa, but being destroyed by a storm near the Strait of Gibraltar. However, Orosius does not say that Wallia himself or the entire Gothic people were part of this failed crossing. Orosius writes that Wallia was terrified by this disaster, which he saw as divine punishment. He remembered that in the past, when Alaric had tried to take the Goths to Sicily, they had also been destroyed by a storm in front of their own people. Because of this, Wallia chose to make peace with Emperor Honorius and handed over many noble hostages to prove his loyalty. There is no mention anywhere of the Gothic people trying to cross from Gades, modern Cadiz, to Africa, or of Wallia leading such an attempt. In fact, the failed effort by a Gothic army to do this convinced Wallia that it was not a good option. It also reminded him of Alaric's failed attempt to reach Sicily. Buying grain from the Vandals at 1 solidus, a gold coin per scoop, was too expensive to continue. The only remaining option was to make peace with the Romans, and through that peace, gain food. The key point is that in 415 and early 416, there is no evidence that the Goths as a group, or their king, left the area around Barcino, Barcelona. Standard accounts often say the entire Gothic population moved down the Mediterranean coast of Spain and then turned back after a failed crossing attempt at Gades. But this idea has no support in the sources. On the contrary, the evidence suggests the Goths stayed near Barcino, where Athalf had brought them in 415, until Roman pressure forced them to move again. This changes how we should understand the situation in Spain before Constantius began the reconquest of the western provinces. The diplomacy led by Euplutius, who negotiated between Wallia and Constantius, is usually not tied to a specific place, mainly because people assume the Goths were roaming the Spanish coast. But if we read Orosius carefully, there's no reason to believe the Goths or their king traveled far from Barcino. The whole matter of Placidia's return and the feeding of the Goths likely took place within coastal Tarraconensis. The Goths' food shortage could be seen as a continuation of the artificial scarcity created earlier by Constantius to force them out of Narbonne. In truth, by the time they made peace, the Goths had not moved far from Gaul. This helps us understand Constantius's policy. By 413, he had defeated the last major usurpers, Jovinus and Heraclian. But because Heraclian had disrupted the African grain supply, the Goths became a problem again. During the reigns of these usurpers, Spain had been left alone because it was considered loyal and relatively calm, even though Vandals, Alans, and Sueves lived there. Constantius had no choice but to ignore Spain during Athiulf's conflicts. The Gothic presence in southern Gaul was a more urgent problem than the peaceful barbarian groups in Spain. But once Gaul was stabilized, and Constantius found the Goths in Barcino under a treaty with Rome, it was finally time to act in Spain. Although Spain had always been a low priority, second only to Britain, it had not been abandoned. By 414, with other crises resolved, Constantius could focus on Spain. He did so through the military help of the Goths. Wallia's campaigns against the other barbarian groups in Spain are well documented but not well known. From late 416 to sometime in 418, the Goths fought the Vandals and Alans, but not the Sueves, successfully destroying the Siling Vandals and nearly wiping out the Alans before Constantius ended the Gothic offensive. Orosius, who lived at the time, recorded these events, and Wallia's campaigns were the last political developments he mentioned. However, his account is vague and general. Hydatius gives a clearer, though less detailed, version of events. According to him, Wallia's campaigns were carried out with Roman permission and were aimed at the Alans and Siling Vandals in Lusitania and Baetica. So the fighting from the beginning took place in these two southwestern provinces. Wallia quickly succeeded there. We don't know the exact order or locations of the battles. From Hydatius's sequence, one might assume the Alans were attacked first because they were more powerful than the Vandals or Sueves. But Hydatius actually mentions the defeat of the Silings before the Alans. In the end, there isn't enough detail to be certain. What we can say is that between late 416 and sometime in 418, the Goths campaigned in Baetica and Lusitania. Contrary to what is sometimes claimed, the fighting did not extend into Galicia. The Gallic Chronicle of 511 suggests it did, but that author relied entirely on Hydatius, and Hydatius never mentions any action against the Asding Vandals or the Sueves during these campaigns. He only says that the surviving Alans fled to Gunderic's Asdings, and the later chronicle likely misunderstood that line. For nearly 2 years, Wallia's Goths carried out a Roman reconquest of the Iberian provinces, focusing mainly on Baetica and Lusitania, possibly also on Carthaginiensis, but definitely not Galicia. The Goths only stopped fighting when Constantius ordered them to in 417. and recalled them to Gaul. Why Constantius ended the campaign has been widely debated. Most theories rightly focus on what was happening in Gaul, which will be discussed in more detail later. But for now, it's enough to ask. By 418, was it reasonable for the imperial government to leave things in Spain as they were? By that year, the Goths had driven the Vandals and Alans out of Baetica and Lusitania. That left only the Asding Vandals and some surviving Alans, along with the Sueves, undisturbed in Galicia. Some historians have suggested that Constantius ended the campaign to maintain a balance of power among the barbarian groups and avoid making any one group too strong. But there's a simpler explanation, one that's based on how the Roman administration in Spain worked. The imperial government wasn't necessarily against barbarian groups living in Spain, as long as the Roman administrative system could still function. Even if the barbarians disrupted that system, they were still seen as less urgent than rebel usurpers. Only once those usurpers were defeated, like in 416, could the empire deal with the barbarians. There's no evidence that Spain was operating properly within the Roman diocesan system after the barbarian settlement in 411. That failure is what prompted Constantius to start the Gothic reconquest when he finally had the chance. The goal of that reconquest was to bring Spain back into the imperial system, to make it a functioning Roman diocese again. The first and most important step in doing that was to retake Lusitania and restore the central government located at Emerita Augusta, the capital of the Spanish diocese. It makes sense, then, that the Gothic campaigns focused on Lusitania and Baetica, Baetica being both on the way to Lusitania and one of the wealthiest provinces. By 418, the Alans had been cleared out of Lusitania, so Emerita could be restored as the diocesan capital, and Spain could begin functioning again as part of the empire. It's no coincidence that after the reconquest of Baetica and Lusitania, we once again find evidence of a diocesan governor, vicar, in Spain. Galicia, in contrast, was far less important. Although some parts were fertile, it was seen as lying at the far edge of the empire. It was the kind of remote area that the Roman government had always been willing to abandon if necessary. This doesn't mean the Romans officially gave up Galicia or planned to leave it behind. Nor does it mean that Constantius never intended the Goths to take the whole peninsula. But when he saw that the Goths might now be more useful in Gaul, the situation in Spain was stable enough to allow that shift in focus. In short, by 418, Spain had been reintegrated into the Roman Empire, and the diocese was functioning again. And so the Goths withdrew. The Asding Vandals and the Sueves remained in Galicia, undisturbed. They seemed to live as peacefully as they had since the provinces were divided in 411. In fact, the next time Romans clashed with the barbarian settlers, it was again because the Romans acted first. In 420, we briefly hear of the Roman commander Asterius attacking the Vandals in Galicia. He did this while they were attacking the Sueves. This fighting between the two barbarian groups had started in 419, though Hydatius does not explain why. Vandal king Gunderic had trapped the Sueves under their leader Hermeric in the Urbasian mountains. We should avoid guessing the cause of this conflict, because Hydatius says so little that there's no solid ground for even small theories. But we can say a bit more about the Roman response. Hydatius writes, "The Vandals ended their siege of the Sueves because of the arrival of Asterius, comes Hispaniarum. After some of Asterius' men, under the command of the vicar Maurocellus, were killed near Braga, the Vandals left Galicia and moved into Baetica." Many historians have claimed that Asterius was trying to defend the Sueves in order to maintain a balance of power among the barbarians in Spain. But Hydatius doesn't say this. Instead, Asterius's attack seems more like a move to take advantage of a good opportunity. The fight between two barbarian leaders gave him a chance to continue the reconquest started by Wallia. There is also a possibility that Asterius's campaign was related to a second rebellion by Maximus, the same man who had been made emperor by Gerontius from 409 to 412. At some point around 420, Maximus seems to have declared himself emperor again. This information comes from the Gallic Chronicle of 452, a source known for being unreliable, especially about dates, and particularly about Spain. Some historians think this later rebellion is just a mistake, confusing it with Maximus's original one. But we know from other sources that Maximus was defeated and paraded through the streets during Honorius's 30th anniversary celebrations in 422. Still, the exact date of Maximus's second usurpation is unknown. Orosius, writing in 417, says Maximus was still living among the barbarians at that time. The next datable event in the Gallic Chronicle, after mentioning Maximus, is the promotion of Constantius to emperor in February 421. So, Maximus must have rebelled sometime between 417 and early 421. Many scholars agree that Asterius' campaign against the Vandals may have been connected to this second rebellion of Maximus. That's plausible, especially since Maximus had ties to barbarian groups. It's even possible that he became emperor again with their support, but the actual order of events is too unclear to confirm. And since Avitus says nothing about Asterius fighting a usurper, it's best to see the campaign as Asterius taking advantage of a chance to act, rather than a direct move against a rebellion. Asterius's attack on the Vandals is often described as a success, a Roman victory that protected the balance of power among the barbarian groups in Spain. Some say the Romans, possibly because of a treaty, saved the Sueves from destruction. But we can set aside the question of whether Asterius had anything to gain from helping the Sueves, and instead focus on what Avitus clearly suggests. Asterius's campaign was actually a failure. Rather than continuing Wallia's progress, Asterius reversed it. The main evidence for this is what happened afterward. The Vandals left Galicia and moved into Baetica, a province that Wallia had previously taken back for Rome. Avitus's wording is unclear, but it's unlikely that the Vandals fled in panic. A more likely interpretation is that Gunderic, the Vandal king, turned his attention from the Sueves to the Romans and fought back aggressively. Gunderic stopped attacking the Sueves and instead went after Asterius. He defeated the Romans, killed some of Moroselis' men near Bracara, and then took control of Baetica, a rich and valuable region. The Vandals probably would have remained quietly in Galicia if they had not been provoked. The earlier withdrawal of the Goths had not triggered any reaction from them, but once attacked, Gunderic was ready to fight, and he succeeded. So we must admit that Asterius's campaign against the Vandals was not a success. His failure, after provoking Gunderic, undid much of what Wallia had achieved during his reconquest of Spain. This brings up questions about the actual situation in Spain in 418 after the Goths had left. Earlier, it was said that the Goths were able to withdraw because Roman administration had been restored in most of the Spanish dioceses. While we cannot fully prove this, it seems likely, especially since records show that a diocesan governor was active in the peninsula again. But even if the diocesan system was revived, it's still unclear how it was maintained. Chapter 2 explored the role of the army in late Roman Spain and concluded that its presence was very limited. That analysis wasn't tied to a specific point in the historical timeline, but there are only a few possible periods it could apply to. The most likely is the time between Wallia's reconquest and Asterius's campaign. Various types of evidence were examined, including the so-called Epistula Honori and the Notitia Dignitatum. Both documents have many problems, and much effort was spent showing how little they actually prove. Only one solid conclusion can be drawn. Both the Imperial letter and the Notitia show that at some point during the reign of Honorius, there were units of the Roman field army, Comitatus, in Spain. However, based on the content of these documents alone, we can't tell exactly where in Spain they were or when. Now we can go a bit further. We've already reviewed the history of Spain from the usurpation of Constantine III to the reconquest under Constantius. So we can now ask, at what point in the early 5th century could a Roman field army like the one listed in the Notitia have actually been present in Spain? We should rule out the period just before Constantine's usurpation in 407. The events surrounding his acceptance in Spain are unusually well documented, and there's no sign of a Roman field army in the region, except for the troops Constantine himself sent from Gaul. Also, since the army mentioned is recorded in an official imperial document, it's unlikely that it includes troops from a usurper, unless those troops were later taken into service by the legitimate government. This means we should rule out the years between 407 and 412. One might think the Gallic troops who deserted Maximus were the ones listed in the Notitia, but there are two problems with that. First, Orosius clearly states that those troops went on to Africa and then to Italy, and didn't stay in Spain. Second, there's no sign that these troops ever had contact with the barbarian groups in Spain, who seem to have lived undisturbed from 411 until 416. So, while it's possible that the Notitia refers to these soldiers, it doesn't seem likely. If not 412, then when? The 4 years between Maximus's retirement and Atholf's arrival in Spain can be ruled out. There was no imperial presence in Spain during that time. The same goes for the years of Wallia's reconquest. Even though these campaigns are fairly well recorded, they were carried out only by the Goths acting on behalf of Constantius. There is no mention of regular Roman troops being involved. Then we reach the year 418, when Constantius recalled Wallia from Spain. After that, we have 2 full years where no events are recorded, until Asterius's campaign in Galicia in 420. In that campaign, Roman soldiers under a Roman general took part. It's tempting to suggest that the Roman field army listed in the Notitia Dignitatum might belong to this 2-year gap. There are good reasons to think this, even though we can't prove it for certain. When Asterius appears in 420, he is already in Spain. As comes Hispaniarum, he wasn't sent from outside the peninsula to deal with the Vandals. He was already there. In other words, he wasn't leading an emergency expedition, but was in charge of an established Roman force. If that's true, then this Roman army may have been put in place right after Wallia and the Goths withdrew in 418, during the rebuilding of Roman administration in Spain. After years of chaos, Spain now needed a permanent field army, something it hadn't required in the more stable 4th century. This army may have been created as a long-term measure to protect the newly restored Roman authority, and that's likely why the troops were recorded in the Notitia. Of course, this conclusion is speculative, but it has 2 main strengths. First, it doesn't rely on guessing from inside the Notitia itself, so it avoids circular reasoning. Second, when we look at the overall historical narrative, the period between Wallia's withdrawal and Asterius's campaign is the only time when there's no reason to reject the idea of a field army being present. We still don't have direct proof that the Notitia's units were in Spain during 418 to 420, but unlike other times during Honorius' reign, there's also no evidence against it. So this argument by elimination is slightly stronger. Yes, there were later Roman campaigns in Spain after Asterius' defeat, and it's possible the army listed in the Notitia could belong to those events. But there's a problem with that idea. Those later armies were sent into Spain from outside, while Asterius commanded troops that were already stationed there. With that said, we now turn to the next campaign in Spain, led by the general Castinus. This would be the last major Spanish campaign during the long reign of Honorius. Hydatius reports that in 422, the Roman general magister Militum Castinus was sent to Spain to fight the Vandals in Baetica. This campaign, unlike many others in 5th century Spain, is mentioned by more than one source. Since it involved the famous General Boniface, it attracted more attention from writers of the time. The decision to send Castinus to Spain to fight the Vandals makes sense, given earlier events. Even if Asterius had successfully stopped the recent usurpation by Maximus, he had failed to keep the situation stable, as it had been in 418. The Vandals had now moved into Baetica, although exactly how they were established there is unclear. To drive them out, Castinus led a Roman army that included Gothic auxiliary troops. Boniface was supposed to be part of the campaign, but he had a disagreement with Castinus and instead left for Africa. Some accounts suggest that Castinus's campaign failed because he lost such a great warrior, but the sources don't actually say that. What we do know is this. Castinus's campaign was going well at first. The Vandals were besieged and nearly forced to surrender, but then Castinus chose to fight them in open battle. His Gothic allies either deserted or betrayed him, and he was defeated. He fled to Tarraco. This defeat has often been taken to mean that Spain was still largely outside Roman control, and that Castinus's flight to Tarraco shows that the rest of the peninsula had fallen to the barbarians. But this isn't necessarily true. That assumption supports the broader view that Roman authority in Spain collapsed in 409 and was never restored. But as we've seen, that isn't accurate. In fact, Wallia's earlier campaigns clearly marked the return of Roman administration in parts of Spain. While the Vandals' move into Baetica was certainly a major setback, it doesn't mean Roman authority disappeared entirely. Castinus fleeing to Tarraco doesn't mean it was the only safe Roman area left in Spain. There's a better explanation. Castinus had brought his army from outside Spain. After his defeat, he needed fresh troops. The easiest place to find reinforcements would have been the Mediterranean ports along the Spanish coast. Tarraco, in particular, had the advantage of being well connected by land to Gaul. So Castinus's retreat there can be explained for military reasons, without assuming that Roman power had collapsed throughout Spain. Although it may not mark a complete turning point, Castinus's defeat does represent an important moment in the decline of Roman authority in Spain. Within a year of that defeat, Castinus and the entire Western Empire was distracted by more urgent problems in Italy. When Honorius died in 423, a man named Johannes usurped power, and Castinus supported him. As a result, Spain was neglected by the new administration. It took a long time before the restored Theodosian dynasty under Emperor Valentinian III could focus on Spain again. However, this neglect didn't mean abandonment. The emperors and their governments never officially gave up on Spain. It wasn't until Emperor Majorian's death in 461 that the Roman government finally accepted that Spain was no longer within its reach. For now, we just need to understand the importance of the last years of Honorius' reign. The reconquest started by Constantius and carried out by Wallia and his Goths had been a real success. It made it possible to restore the Spanish provincial system and bring it back into the network of Western Roman provinces. Maintaining this restored structure likely depended on the Roman field army mentioned in the Notitia Dignitatum. But in 420, a poorly judged Roman attack provoked the first real conflict with the Spanish barbarian groups since 409. Much of the progress made by Constantius and Wallia was lost in the aftermath. The Roman troops used by Asterius were no longer available when Castinus launched his campaign 2 years later. While Castinus initially saw some success, he ultimately failed. His retreat to Terrico may have just been a tactical move to regroup. But as often happened in Roman Spain, attention was quickly drawn away by more serious events elsewhere. Castinus became involved in the political struggle over the imperial throne in Rome. Johannes's government was weak and too busy to do anything in the provinces, so the few Roman officials still in Spain were left to manage on their own. The Vandals, who had been stirred up by earlier Roman aggression, quickly took advantage of the empire's distraction. The internal conflict caused by Johannes' usurpation also marked the beginning of larger-scale Vandal attacks. These did not immediately end Roman power in Spain, but from then on, Roman authority had to fight to survive and often had to rely on military force to be felt. That military help increasingly came from the Gothic federates based in Toulouse. To understand their later role in Spain, we must now look at how they became established in Gaul. The Goths played a key role in the history of late Roman Spain. After Roman rule finally ended in the peninsula, the Goths became the strongest group left behind. In the 6th century, after about 100 years of local, fragmented conflicts, the Goths under King Leovigild established a kingdom that many consider the most advanced of Rome's western successors. The Visigothic Kingdom lasted through the 7th century and ended only with the Arab conquest in 711. Because of this, many medieval historians mainly interested in that kingdom tend to treat the 5th century as merely a lead-up to it. But the Goths of the 5th century were very different from those who built Leovigild's kingdom in the 570s. In fact, the 5th century history of the Goths in Spain has only a weak link to the later Visigothic kingdom. In the 5th century, Gothic history was centered in Gaul. Their involvement in Spain was, for a long time, simply a side effect of their relationship with the Roman Empire. That's how we need to view their role. In 418, the Roman patrician Constantius recalled Wallia's Gothic army from Spain and settled them in Aquitaine. There, they built a kingdom with Toulouse as its center. From this base in Gaul, the Goths would later carry out expeditions into Spain. For many years, they did so at Rome's request, and initially under Roman command. This situation was the direct result of how Roman-Gothic relations developed between 418 and 446. The relationship between the Goths and the Romans in the early 5th century largely depended on this settlement in Aquitaine. Earlier Gothic history is still debated, especially questions about their identity. Scholars argue over whether the Goths, who settled in Toulouse, were the same people as those who crossed the Danube in 376, or whether they were a mix of various groups who became Goths by fighting in Gothic armies and following Gothic customs passed down by a real Gothic nobility. This topic of ethnogenesis, how ethnic groups form, is very complex and raises broader questions about how identity worked in the early Middle Ages. However, most of these debates are not relevant to this study because we are focused on the Goths in Toulouse, and most scholars agree that from 418 onward, the Goths can be treated as a clear national group. These were the same Goths that had defeated the Vandals and Alans in Spain, and who earlier had caused serious trouble for the Roman government under their king Atholf. Their settlement in Aquitaine is extremely important, as it shaped much of the later history of the western provinces. But how and why they were settled there remains a topic of major debate. There are very few original sources that tell us about the Gothic settlement. We only have a short phrase from Philostorgius and a few lines from Western chroniclers. None of these sources provide much detail. Prosper and Hydatius simply state that Constantius told the Goths to stop fighting in Spain and sent them to live in Aquitaine and some nearby cities. Philostorgius compresses 4 years of events into one sentence, saying that the Goths were settled in Gaul as a reward for returning Galla Placidia to the emperor. He does mention that the Goths were given land to farm, which is useful, but overall, the sources are very limited and do not tell us much. Despite this, for many years historians combined these brief accounts with much later barbarian law codes to create a specific theory about how barbarian groups settled on Roman land. This idea became known as the hospitalitas system. It suggested that each Roman landowner in Aquitaine had to give up 2/3 of their land and property to a Gothic guest, following the rules of Roman military lodging. This theory was proposed about 150 years ago and has been repeated ever since, with even more complicated versions added over time. But today, it is no longer considered valid. The Gothic settlement in Aquitaine did not follow military lodging rules, and it almost certainly did not involve taking land away from every local landowner. What the settlement did involve is harder to determine. The main challenge was to find a reliable way to feed and support the Goths. One possible solution is that they were given part of the province's tax income as pay. However, there's no evidence of this method until more than 100 years after the Gothic settlement. And since Philostorgius says the Goths were given land to farm, this suggests they were settled on land, not just supported by taxes. So we can't say exactly how the settlement was organized, but it's very unlikely that it involved large-scale land confiscation, as some modern scholars have suggested. The reasons behind the settlement are easier to understand. Many different explanations have been proposed, but the key point is this. The Gothic settlement should be seen as part of a bigger plan by the imperial government to organize Gaul after 416. In 418, a Concilium Septem Provinciarum, a council of the 7 Gallic provinces, was created to give Gallic elites a political outlet and a way to address their concerns. In the same year, the Goths were settled in Aquitania too. When we try to understand this arrangement, we should avoid thinking it served one united Roman interest. In reality, there were many competing Roman interests. But above all, the Gothic settlement served one purpose: to protect and benefit the imperial government. 2 main questions have led to many theories about the Gothic settlement. First, why did Constantius pull the Goths out of Spain before they had finished defeating the other barbarian groups? And second, why did he choose to settle them in Aquitaine, of all places? The usual explanation is that there was some serious threat somewhere else, and the Goths were needed to deal with it. Only something truly dangerous could have justified ending the campaign in Spain so early. One well-known theory connects the settlement to a bigger idea about class struggle in the Roman Empire. According to this view, the Goths were needed to protect wealthy landowners in Gaul from their own unhappy tenants, and from rebellious peasants in neighboring Armorica, where a revolt in 417 is mentioned by Rutilius Nematianus. But like many theories about class conflict in the late Roman Empire, this one relies on mixing evidence from different times and places to support the idea. Also, there is no actual proof that Aquitaine ever experienced this kind of unrest, and it's debatable whether modern ideas of class conflict can even be applied to the ancient world. Another common theory is that the threat came not from inside the empire, but from the Goths themselves, or from other barbarian groups like Saxon pirates. There's a long-standing belief that Constantius was always trying to manage a balance of power among the barbarians. This approach allows for many different interpretations. Maybe the Goths were pulled out of Spain to keep them under control, or to protect the Suevi. Meanwhile, the Goths could keep an eye on the Suevi and the Gallic Alans, who in turn would balance the Goths, and so on. All these theories fall short because they don't give convincing reasons why the Gallo-Roman landowners, possessores, would have accepted the settlement. None of the supposed threats were serious enough to justify placing a whole Gothic population in the peaceful province of Aquitania too. If none of these answers work, maybe we're not asking the right question. Instead of just searching for a reason that forced the Romans to act this way, we should ask what we really mean by the Romans. That term isn't so clear. Romans didn't all want the same things, and the Roman interest didn't mean the same thing for everyone. If we keep this in mind, the Gothic settlement becomes less mysterious. In 418, the settlement served the needs of the imperial government very well. That government had the power to set the terms. What local landowners thought simply didn't matter. Throughout Honorius's long reign, the biggest threat wasn't barbarian invasion. It was Roman usurpation. And in 418, the memory of the last usurpation was still fresh. Between 405 and 413, Honorius faced challenges from both barbarians and Roman rebels, usually at the same time. Whenever both threats existed, the usurpers were the top concern. Almost every Western usurpation started in Gaul or relied on support from there. If we go back far enough, we can include even Magnentius or Julian Caesar, though those cases involved East versus West rivalries. But later rebellions, like those of Maximus, Arbogast, and Eugenius, Constantine III, and finally Jovinus, were mostly about Western provinces resisting imperial control. Gaul was at the center of all of them. We can see two patterns in these Gallic rebellions. In some, the push came from a Roman army, like Maximus. In others, it came from local Gallic elites. All these uprisings needed at least passive support from local leaders, but some were actively backed by them, especially Constantine III and Jovinus. Constantine even appointed Gallic aristocrats to help run his regime. Jovinus himself was a Gallic aristocrat and relied on the support of his fellow nobles, along with barbarian allies like the Burgundians and Alans. When Jovinus was defeated, many Gallic nobles were executed, and harsh extra taxes were placed on regions like the Auvergne. The frustration of Gallic elites about being excluded from political power in Italy is well documented. In this context, we can see that the entire arrangement made in 418 was designed to prevent any more Gallic rebellions against imperial power. The most important fact from recent Gallic history was that many of its leading men had supported rebels instead of the central Roman government. From the imperial perspective, this was the key issue that had to be addressed. So Constantius's settlement in 418 offered both rewards and threats to the Gallic elites. On one hand, the new Gallic council, Concilium, gave the Gallo-Roman landowners a political voice and a chance to express their concerns within a system loyal to the empire. This council confirmed their social status and gave them a peaceful way to protect their interests without rebelling. On the other hand, the Gothic settlement acted as a warning. If the Gallic elites supported another rebel, the Goths could be used to crush it, just like Atholf had defeated the usurper Jovinus earlier. Many past explanations of the Gothic settlement fail because they assume it was created to help the Gallic landowners. But in truth, the settlement was designed to control them and to keep their loyalty to the imperial government. As for why Aquitaine was chosen for the settlement, there's no clear answer. This region hadn't been especially supportive of Constantine or Jovinus. Jovinus came from Narbonne, and his base was in Valence. His supporters had already been purged in Lugdunensis. Still, it's important that the Gothic base was in Toulouse, which was in Narbonensis, not Aquitaine. The settlement was far from Arles, the main Roman administrative center in Gaul, and didn't touch the important road to Spain along the coast. Most significantly, Aquitaine was close to the core territory of the Gallic aristocracy. Now, that aristocratic heartland was squeezed between Imperial Arles and Gothic Toulouse. This makes the idea of Constantius using both reward and threat, a carrot and stick, look even more likely. Even so, we can be sure that the Gothic settlement in Gaul was an imperial decision. The Goths were placed in Toulouse as allies of the Roman government. They might not have been the most reliable allies, but they were easier to control than the local Gallic aristocrats. Looking back, historians now say that the 418 settlement laid the foundation for the independent Gothic kingdom of Toulouse. But in 418, that idea hadn't even begun. Constantius placed the Goths there to help maintain control, not to give them power. We know this because in 418, the provinces of Aquitania II and Novem Populana still had Roman governors. Whether those governors could actually function as normal is unclear, and the sources don't tell us. But that's not the point. Constantius did not give the province away. He settled the Goths there to keep the region loyal to Rome. This is how we must understand later Gothic history in Gaul. The way the Goths were settled shaped their relationship with the Romans for the rest of the century. By putting the Goths there for imperial purposes, Constantius had created a new power group that would compete for influence in Gaul. The Goths were not outsiders attacking Rome. They were now part of the Roman system, acting from within and trying to expand their power. That's why the usual view of resistance and collaboration doesn't work well for this period. We tend to think of Goths and Romans as completely separate and assume all Romans naturally supported each other more than the Goths. So when some Romans cooperated with Goths, they're seen as traitors. But this thinking is influenced by modern experiences, like German occupation of France, and doesn't reflect the reality of the 5th century. The truth is, the Goths in Toulouse were just as much a part of the late Roman political world as the Roman aristocrats or imperial officials. This all stems from the fact that the 418 settlement was Roman policy. Still, this doesn't make the history of the Goths in Gaul easy to understand. Between 418 and 450, it's hard to explain why events happened the way they did. We don't really know the motivations behind Gothic actions. Even the sources are vague when they say, "The Goths did this," or "The Goths did that." Sometimes we don't know if that means the Gothic king ordered it, or if smaller, independent Gothic groups acted on their own. You can argue both sides because the evidence is unclear. Still, here are the known facts. Between 418 and 439, the Goths were often unreliable allies. The Gallic nobility stayed quiet, and Gaul did not join the civil wars after Honorius died, possibly thanks to Gothic influence. But the Goths themselves had to be kept in check by several Roman military campaigns. In 425, they attacked Arles but were pushed back by Avitus. In 430, Avitus defeated them again near Arles. In 436, they besieged Narbonne, but the Roman general Litorius broke the siege. The next year, Roman forces even used Hunnic troops against the Goths. These conflicts are hard to explain. We don't know who started them or why they happened, and the sources don't offer clear answers. In 438 and 439, a full-scale war broke out. At first, things went well for the Romans. But then, due to his own recklessness, the Roman general Litorius was captured by the Goths. However, the Romans eventually won the conflict, and the Praetorian prefect Eparchius Avitus negotiated peace with the Gothic king Theodoric. This Roman victory ensured that the Goths would remain loyal allies for the next 20 years, except for a brief period under King Thorismund. After 439, the Goths began to take action in Spain. In 446, a Gothic army joined the Roman general Vitus on a campaign into Carthaginiensis and Baetica. In the early 450s, the Gothic prince Frederick led a Roman-approved mission to defeat rebel peasants in Tarraconensis. Later, during the reign of Emperor Avitus, Theodoric II carried out a reconquest of the entire Iberian Peninsula on behalf of the Roman Empire. Still, even after 439, the alliance with the Goths required careful management. For example, their help in the campaign against Attila had to be negotiated. The death of the first Theodoric and the brief rule of Thorismund caused a temporary decline in relations. However, when Theodoric II and his brother Frederick killed Thorismund, their loyalty to Rome was renewed. This loyalty became even stronger when the Goths helped to make Avitus emperor. He was chosen by a coalition of Gallic groups, both Roman and Gothic. His rule showed just how deeply the Goths had become part of the Roman political system. Although Constantius had originally placed the Goths in Gaul to keep local powers in check, by this point the Goths and local Romans were working together to choose an emperor. For a short time, they helped to reunite much of the Western Empire. Under Avitus, the whole of Spain once again became an imperial province. A Gothic army carried out the reconquest. As long as the Goths supported the emperor, this success was secure. But when Avitus died, this stability was shaken. Gothic King Theodoric hesitated to recognize the new Emperor Majorian. He kept his army in Spain, but returned to Toulouse to wait and see what would happen. Eventually, Majorian gained the support of Gallic elites. After losing a battle to Majorian, Theodoric accepted his rule. He then handed control of Spain over to the Roman Empire. From there, Majorian began planning his military campaign to Africa. When the Vandals blocked Majorian's plans and Ricimer killed him, the Goths, like some Gallo-Romans such as Avitus, started acting independently. Few Gallo-Romans chose to stay loyal to the imperial government. After Majorian, the emperors in Italy struggled to hold on to the Gallic provinces near Italy. The Goths in Aquitaine were left alone and stopped acting in the empire's interest. Instead, they pursued their own goals. This shift may have already started during Theodoric II's final years, but it definitely happened under Euric. In the 400s and 70s, the Goths helped destroy the last weak remains of imperial power in Gaul. By then, few, whether Roman or Goth, cared about the empire's collapse. Meanwhile, Spain had stopped being a functioning Roman province when Majorian's successors lost all interest in it. Theodoric kept some order there for a short while after 460. But when Alaric II tried to bring Spain into his kingdom in the 490s, he had to fight for it. Roman Spain had quietly ended around 460, but no clear Gothic Spain took its place. Just like in 418, the Goths' real focus was still in Gaul. The final collapse of Roman control in Spain happened gradually and without much attention. After the defeat of Castinus in 422, the Romans didn't send the Goths to Spain again until the 440s. In the meantime, their power in the region was challenged first by the Vandals, then by the Suevi. Still, until Majorian's death, the emperor in Rome continued to claim authority over Spain and could usually enforce that claim. If Roman Spain didn't end in 409, as we've argued, then the key issue is deciding when we truly should stop calling it Roman. Talking about the end of Roman Spain is really just a convenient way to mark a slow process whose end was never clearly defined. The best way to determine that end, in this context, is by checking whether the imperial government was still involved. Throughout its history, the Roman Empire stayed united because it had an emperor at the center. Without that central figure, the provinces would have been nothing more than isolated regions sharing a mix of Greek and Roman culture. So the loss of imperial authority is a reasonable way to define the end of Roman Spain. This view is also supported by how people in the 5th century thought. For example, Sidonius Apollinaris lived through the fall of Roman Gaul and clearly understood what it meant. He saw the imperial handover of Provence to the Goths in 475 as the end of Roman Gaul, because it meant the collapse of the imperial system, its offices, and its structure. The same logic applies to Spain. The end of Roman Spain really means the end of imperial Spain. If we accept this way of thinking, then we can actually identify a fairly clear date when Spain stopped being Roman. Although imperial control declined gradually during the first half of the 5th century, there were still moments when almost the entire peninsula was recovered. But after Majorian died in 461, following the failure of his campaign against the Vandals, the Roman emperors stopped showing any real interest in keeping up the provincial system in Spain. So, 461 marks the end of Roman Spain. Before that, however, we should still consider Spain as part of the Roman Empire and try to understand how it remained under Roman control. Our main source for this period, and often our only one, is Hydatius. This creates some problems, which have already been discussed. One major issue is that most of Hydatius's information is about Galicia, northwest Spain. As a result, historians who rely entirely on his account tend to assume that all of 5th century Spain was in chaos, just like Galicia often was. But that assumption is flawed. If we read Hydatius carefully and separate what he says about Galatia from what he says, or doesn't say, about the rest of Spain, a different picture appears. There wasn't total chaos. Most Spanish provinces continued to function normally within the imperial administrative system. Even those that didn't were still seen as part of the empire. For example, between 429 and 460, Lusitania, modern Portugal, was often invaded by the Suevi from Galicia. Carthaginiensis and Baetica also suffered Suevic raids from time to time. But despite this, those provinces were usually under imperial control, and Tarraconensis remained so at all times. This picture comes from Hydatius's account of events between 423 and 461, but there are other clues as well. Hydatius spends a lot of time discussing certain topics that interested him personally. These details don't always help us build a clear timeline for the first half of the 5th century in Spain. In fact, his heavy focus on some of these themes may give them more historical importance than they actually had. Still, when looked at separately, these themes do reveal deeper structural problems of the period, and they help fill out the overall picture. The first major theme that Hydatius focuses on is diplomacy. Between 429 and 460, he records many embassies traveling back and forth across the northern part of the Iberian Peninsula, especially to and from Galicia. We read about envoys from the Goths, from the imperial government, and from more general Roman groups, all going to negotiate with the Suevi. There were also Suevic envoys traveling in the other direction, as well as Roman embassies from Galicia opposing the Suevi. Hydatius clearly had a personal interest in diplomacy. He even took part in a mission to Aetius himself. Some historians have interpreted all this diplomatic activity as a sign of the Roman Empire's weakness, that it could no longer take decisive action. But is that really what these embassies show? In fact, internal diplomacy was very common in the late Roman Empire. It had been a normal part of administration even before barbarians settled within the empire. Diplomacy was the oil that kept the government running smoothly and kept different regions connected to the imperial center. Most ancient writers didn't bother recording such routine embassies, but Hydatius did, probably because he was personally involved and interested in the topic, not because these events were unusually important. These embassies didn't accomplish dramatic outcomes because they weren't supposed to. Their main purpose was to keep communication open. They made sure that different political groups, Suevi, Goths, local Roman leaders, and the imperial government, knew what each other were doing. What had changed was that some of these groups, like the Suevi or Goths, were now strong enough to challenge the empire directly. That was new, but the basic structure of diplomacy remained similar to what it had been in the 4th century. In choosing to participate in it, the Suevi and Goths showed that they still saw themselves as part of the Roman system. So these embassies don't prove that Roman authority had collapsed. On the contrary, they show that the imperial system still existed. This continuity is also reflected in another subject Hydatius often wrote about: church politics. While he doesn't focus much on local church matters, he does show interest in broader developments across the Roman world. Some scholars have criticized his lack of detail or accuracy and argued that this shows how isolated Suevic Galicia was from the rest of the empire. But this argument is exaggerated. Hydatius was no more poorly informed than earlier Roman writers. Also, the local affairs of the Spanish Church show no real sign of being cut off from the wider Roman world. Hydatius describes the situation of the Spanish Church in 2 main areas. The first runs from Galatia to Lusitania, especially to Emerita, the civil capital of Roman Spain. In 445, Hydatius and another bishop, Thoribius, investigated and put on trial some Manichaeans in Asturica, Astorga, then reported the matter to Antoninus, the bishop of Emerita. That same year, Thoribius also contacted Pope Leo for advice. Leo's reply, sent in 447, encouraged him to organize a synod in Spain to deal with the heresy of Priscillianism and restore proper belief. Meanwhile, Antoninus arrested one of the Manichaeans who had fled and banished him from Lusitania after a trial. This shows that Galicia and Lusitania still had strong ties with each other. Their connection with the rest of Spain is also proven by the fact that the deacon Pervincus brought back Leo's letter addressed to all Spanish bishops, not just a local group. On the other hand, in areas under Suevic influence, bishops sometimes had to get involved in local political struggles. The evidence is small but telling. For example, Hydatius never mentions the Bishop of Bracara, modern Braga, even though it was the main church center of Galicia, Hydatius's own province. This silence might have been due to political reasons, but we can't say for sure whether the Sueves were involved or if Hydatius just disliked the bishop. A more striking case is that of Sabinus, bishop of Hispalis. The city had been attacked before, and in 441 it was taken by the Sueves. That same year, Sabinus was expelled and replaced by someone named Epiphanius, whom Hydatius claimed was wrongly appointed. This change was probably political and might have involved pro-Suevic support. Sabinus only returned in 458. Shortly after the Visigothic king Theodoric had destroyed the Suevic kingdom while acting on behalf of the emperor Avitus. Interestingly, Sabinus came back from Gaul, the center of Gothic power, suggesting that Gothic rulers recognized the importance of church leaders and tried to use them to their advantage. Such interference is well documented in Gaul, especially under Theodoric II and his brother Euric. For example, Theodoric's brother Frederick wrote to Pope Hilarius in 462, asking him to remove the bishop of Narbonne. Euric went even further by leaving many bishoprics empty. In Spain, the evidence is thinner. but we know of at least one case where a bishop named Symphosius served as an envoy for the Sueves. If there had been widespread interference in the church, Hydatius would certainly have condemned it. His silence suggests that such events were rare. Still, the case of Sabinus shows what we might expect. Not all Spanish provincials resisted the Sueves. Some even cooperated with them. In fact, one imperial campaign was likely aimed at punishing locals for just such cooperation. If the church evidence paints a confusing picture, it at least reminds us that the situation was complex. Roman authority still existed, but now it had to compete with other powers. This was a new feature of the 5th century and reflected broader social changes across the Western Roman world. Hydatius's testimony shows that Spain was part of this wider transformation. Starting from the reign of Honorius, real power in the government largely shifted to military leaders. As the 5th century went on, we see fewer records of civilian officials. Instead of governors and prefects, history in the West was increasingly shaped by military figures like comites and duces. This is especially clear in Spain, where after the year 420, there's no definite mention of a civilian official. While such officials probably still existed, Hydatius only names military titles like magister, dux, and comes. Between 425 and 460, Hydatius mentions military leaders such as Asterius, Merobaudes, Vitus, Censurius, Mansuetus, and Fronto. This dominance of the military is striking, especially since before Honorius's time, there were barely any soldiers in Spain at all. This shift to a military society wasn't unique to Spain. Other Western provinces experienced the same trend. It marked a move away from civilian life, because holding imperial office was how provincial elites felt involved in the empire. In other Western regions, civilian institutions remained that locals could participate in, such as the Council of the 7 Provinces in Gaul. Spain had no such institution. As time went on, its connection to imperial power was maintained mainly through the military. Still, Spain wasn't completely cut off from the empire's civilian administration. Like in Gaul, members of Spain's elite could still seek successful careers in imperial service. We know more about this in Gaul, thanks to Sidonius, but Spain was similar. A good example is Merobaudes, who came from Baetica and a noble background. He left Spain to start a career in Ravenna, the imperial capital. We don't know his exact age, but he lived through the early 5th century troubles. There's no sign that he left Spain because things were bad. On the contrary, his choice seems typical of a nobleman pursuing advancement. His career went well. We first hear of him as Comes Sacri Consistori, and he was later honored as either a patrician or honorary consul because of his talent as a speaker. Merobaudes also shows how military and civilian roles were starting to blend. His final known position was as Magister Militum in Spain. He was removed from this post due to political intrigues at court, proof that Spain was still considered important by the central government. The different themes that appear in Hydatius's chronicle help us understand how Spanish history was structured in the first half of the 5th century. They also show how closely Spain was still connected to the imperial system. Though it was becoming more militarized, and parts of it were fought over or occupied by the Sueves, this final phase of Roman Spain doesn't show signs of complete chaos. Instead, it looked a lot like what was happening in Gaul at the same time. New groups and new interests were competing for power, but still doing so within the old framework. Politics were still played according to the rules set by the imperial government long ago. What had changed was that the imperial government could no longer easily control the outcome. In the 4th century, the state had a huge advantage. Individual officials could be challenged, but the empire always came out on top. By the middle of the 5th century, especially by the 440s in Spain, that control had weakened. Now the imperial government had to face barbarian and provincial powers as equals. As long as it continued to fight for its position, as it did in Spain until the death of Emperor Majorian, we can still say there was a Roman Spain. So it is possible to tell the story of its final years. When we last looked at Spain, the Roman general Castinus had failed to push the Vandals out of Baetica. In the years that followed, Roman control in the peninsula shrank again. The usurpation of John, who had Castinus's support, distracted the empire from paying attention to Spain. The Vandals took advantage of this pause. In 425, they launched raids on the Balearic Islands and Mauritania Tingitana, looted Carthago Nova in the province of Carthaginiensis, and sacked Hispalis in their base region of Baetica. They didn't hold the city for long, though, since they had to capture it again in 428. It was there that King Gunderic died, and his brother Gaiseric took over. Gaiseric would become one of the biggest threats to peace in the Mediterranean. He may have defeated a Roman army soon after taking power, although the evidence is unclear. Regardless, in May 429, he led the Vandals to Africa after killing a Suevic leader who had hoped to gain from the Vandals' departure. In all of this, we hear very little about the Spanish provinces outside of Baetica. There seems to have been no significant barbarian presence in either Tarraconensis or Carthaginiensis, even though Carthago Nova was sacked. And even in Baetica, the Vandals did not hold on to major cities after capturing them. There's also direct evidence that the Romans still controlled some strongholds in Galicia, which is often assumed to have been fully under Suevic control. The evidence about these Roman-held fortresses is unclear, but what is certain is that after Gaiseric left Spain in 429, the only barbarian group left in the peninsula was the Sueves. Even though Gaiseric had killed the Suevic king Hermenegarius before departing. Any attempts by the imperial government to restore control in Spain would therefore have to focus on the Sueves. However, no such attempts were made for quite some time. This was due to violent power struggles among the generals of Emperor Valentinian III. First, there was conflict between Felix and Boniface, and later between Boniface and Aetius. Still, it's important to note that despite these distractions, the Sueves remained in Galaetia for nearly 10 years without expanding. By 433, Aetius had defeated his rivals and was now in full control of imperial policy. But the rest of the 400s were taken up by military campaigns in Gaul. During this time, the empire was busy fighting the Burgundians, Franks, Euthungi, rebel Noricans, and especially the Goths. The conflicts with the Goths happened only in southern Gaul and didn't affect Spain directly, though they did keep imperial attention focused elsewhere. As far as we can tell, Spain was relatively peaceful during the 430s. If there were any disturbances, they came from the Sueves. The Suevic king at the time was Hermeric, who, like other Suevic rulers, has a bad reputation. He had been king since at least 419, and is often seen as the first of several untrustworthy Suevic rulers who frequently broke agreements. However, the evidence only partly supports this view. First, Hermeric never operated outside of Galicia. Second, out of his 19-year reign, only about 4 years involved conflict with the local population. That's still a fair amount of fighting, and it seems that in the final year of his reign, just before he abdicated, Hermeric was once again at war with some of the Galicians. But this is far from the image of constant chaos found in some modern accounts. More importantly, Hydatius's descriptions of Hermeric's actions are much milder than how he described the earlier barbarian invasions. Most of all, we should remember that Hermeric never disturbed the peace in the other Spanish provinces. With the Vandals gone and the Sueves focused on Galicia, the rest of Spain likely returned to a more normal state. This peace came to an end in 438, when leadership among the Sueves changed. Hermeric, who was seriously ill, gave up the throne to his son, Ricila. Ricila then went on the offensive, likely because his father had secured Suevic control in Galicia. In 438, Ricila led a campaign into Baetica, defeated a man named Avitus, and took his treasure. We're not sure who Avitus was. He might have been a Roman general, or perhaps a Vandal leader who stayed behind after the main group left in 429. Either explanation could be right, though it's more likely he was a powerful landowner or aristocrat in Baetica. Regardless of who he was, Ricila's campaign was only the beginning. More ambitious actions would follow. In the following year, 439, Ricila invaded Lusitania and captured Emerita. This city was valuable in more than one way. It was the administrative capital of the Spanish diocese, and from a Roman official's perspective, the most important city in Spain. Taking it from imperial control carried strong symbolic weight. It was also a wealthy city, and continued to do well even during the Visigothic period into the 7th century. Because of all this, Emerita became Ricila's first major target. He captured the city in 439 and seems to have planned to take all of Lusitania. In that same year, we find him accepting the surrender of a Roman, comes named Censurius, at Myrtilis, which lies far south along the Guadiana River. Censurius had earlier been one of many imperial envoys sent to the Sueves. Myrtilis may have been part of a planned Roman retreat from Emerita. After turning north from southern Lusitania, Ricila went on to capture Hispalis in Baetica in 441. According to Hydatius, he then brought Baetica and Carthaginiensis under his potestas. However, we cannot be sure what kind of authority Ricila really had in these provinces. He didn't conquer or control them in any structured or lasting way. In fact, later sources show the Sueves were mostly based around Emerita, so it's likely Ricila's control over Baetica and Carthaginiensis was more symbolic than real. Even though these provinces were not fully occupied, it seems imperial administration there stopped functioning. This might have happened with the approval or even active help of powerful locals. For example, in 441, during the Suevic expansion, the bishop of Hispalis, Sabinus, was removed and replaced in an irregular way, which suggests some level of local cooperation or acceptance of Suevic authority. So the Suevic control of Lusitania and partial influence in Baetica and Carthaginiensis may not have been entirely unwelcome to some local groups. Whether we believe that or not, the fact remains. By 441, imperial control had collapsed across most of the Iberian Peninsula. That control would be restored later, but for the moment, events in the southern provinces had to wait, because the generals of Emperor Valentinian were focused on a new threat to imperial Spain in what had been a peaceful region: Tarraconensis. In that same year, 441, we hear for the first time about Bacaudae in Spain. Bacaudae were groups of rebellious peasants, and they had been appearing from time to time in Gaul throughout the 4th and 5th centuries. At one point in the 5th century, almost all of northern Gaul is believed to have risen up in a Bacaudic revolt. Now, this phenomenon had reached Spain. However, the Bacaudae only appear briefly during the 440s. Their activity was limited to Tarraconensis, specifically the upper and middle Ebro Valley. They were a serious problem that the imperial authorities had to deal with before they could focus on the Sueves. Unlike barbarian groups, the Bacaudae didn't just threaten to take control of a region temporarily. They challenged the very foundations of imperial rule. Because of this, they were crushed harshly. In 441 and again in 443, Roman generals were sent to defeat these Spanish rebels. They seem to have succeeded, at least in the eyes of the imperial government. The Bacaudi of Tarraconensis weren't completely eliminated, as they appeared again in 449. Still, their defeat in 443 was enough to restore some order for a while. By the time the imperial government was ready to launch new campaigns against the Sueves, the Bacaudi were no longer a pressing concern. The Sueves had been left alone by the imperial authorities for about 5 years, simply because the empire was busy with other issues. The Suevic advances in 440 and 441 happened during a period of severe Vandal attacks on the empire. Ricila might have taken advantage of the situation, assuming the empire would see the Vandals as the bigger threat. If so, he was right. First, the fall of Carthage, then the Vandal raids on Sicily forced the empire to focus all its energy on them. A peace treaty with the Vandals in 442 gave the empire a break. In the years right after that, Aetius resumed military activity in Gaul after a period of inaction. At the same time, the campaigns against the Bacaudi in Tarraconensis were being wrapped up. Only when Africa, Gaul, and the nearby province of Tarraconensis were more secure did an imperial army try to do anything about the distant problem of the Sueves in western Spain. In 446, a man named Vitus, about whom we know nothing else, entered Carthaginiensis and Baetica, leading both Roman and Gothic forces. He had been appointed Magister Militum and was sent to Spain with a fairly large army. However, after causing trouble in those provinces, he fled in panic when the Sueves arrived with their king and defeated the Gothic troops who had come to help him plunder. Although short, this account tells us a lot. First, it says that Vitus was harassing the people of Carthaginiensis and Baetica. It was common at the time for Roman armies to loot the provinces they passed through. But in this case, it may also suggest that parts of the local society had cooperated with the Sueves back in 440 to 441. Vitus' actions may show that the imperial government saw them as traitors and wanted to punish them. The fact that the Suevic army came from outside Baetica, that is, from Lusitania, suggests they had not actually taken control of Baetica. So Vitus's campaign was likely aimed both at rebellious locals and at the Sueves. Either way, it was a complete failure. The Sueves defeated both Vitus and his Gothic allies, then plundered Baetica and Carthaginiensis. Still, there's no sign that they settled there permanently. The Sueves remained based in Lusitania, and Ricila died in Emerita, in Lusitania, a year and a half after defeating Vitus. Meanwhile, Baetica and Carthaginiensis may have returned to imperial control. Two details support this idea. First, in 449, we again find the Roman comes Censurius in Spain, now in Hispalis, Seville, the main city of Baetica. He was killed there by another military commander, who later became a key figure under the Gothic king Theodoric. Second, later campaigns against the Sueves happened not in Baetica or Carthaginiensis, but in Gallicia and Lusitania. Also, in 455, the Sueves attacked areas of Carthaginiensis that they had apparently handed back to the Romans earlier. While none of these facts alone proves anything, together they suggest that Vitus' failed campaign may still have helped restore some level of imperial rule in Baetica and Carthaginiensis. In any case, by 446, Vitus's campaign had created a new balance. The Sueves now firmly controlled Lusitania and the capital of the Spanish diocese, Emerita. Ricila died there in August 448 and was succeeded by his son, Reciar, who began his reign with a plundering expedition, likely in Galatia. Reciar would become the most ambitious and assertive of all Suevic kings. Unlike earlier Suevic rulers who tried to work within the imperial system, Reciar seemed to openly reject Roman authority. He was the first barbarian king to mint coins in his own name, a very significant act. In the late Roman Empire, minting coins was a formal statement of power. Whenever someone claimed imperial authority, a usurpation, they did so by issuing their own coinage. Without it, the claim was not considered valid. The barbarians understood this too. In the early 5th century, many coins were struck in areas under barbarian control, but they all bore the name of the Roman emperor, showing that these regions were still loyal to Rome. Even the Vandals, despite their reputation, only minted coins in the emperor's name until the very end of the century. So while we cannot know exactly what Reciar intended, any Roman would have seen his personal monogram on coins as a clear rejection of Roman rule. Reciar's boldness is also shown in his actions. His father and grandfather had only taken Roman land when it was safe to do so. Reciar, on the other hand, was much more daring. One of his first acts as king was to travel to Toulouse and marry the daughter of the Gothic king Theodoric. The marriage likely happened at the end of 448. On his return trip, in February of the next year, he attacked the Basques. He visited Toulouse again in July 449, and on the way back, another rebellion by the Bacaude, rebellious peasants, broke out. Reciar seems to have joined the rebel leader in raiding the area around Cisaragusta, modern Zaragoza. The nearby town of Ilerda, Lleida, was later entered and some of its people taken, though we cannot say for sure whether this was done by Reciar, the Bacaude, or both together. This is the last we hear of Reciar, until after the assassination of Emperor Valentinian III. As was common for Suevic leaders, he used the chaos among the Romans as an opportunity to attack parts of the Spanish provinces again. However, between 449 and 455, the Sueves seem to have stayed within the regions they already controlled, mainly Galicia and Lusitania. The threat from Attila the Hun prevented the Romans from launching any campaigns against them. The Sueves took advantage of the distraction caused by the Huns to break the peace again. Still, for the most part, the Spanish provinces remained quiet. Carthaginiensis and Baetica continued to be governed by the empire, though inland Tarraconensis still experienced Bacaudic uprisings. These were handled shortly after Attila's defeat. In 453 or 454, Frederick, the brother of the Gothic king Theodoric II, led a campaign in Tarraconensis against the Bacaude. He appears to have been successful, as we hear no more of them afterward. This campaign was more than just a military action. It had symbolic value. While the Goths had previously helped in Spain on behalf of the Romans, they had not done so under their own leadership since the time of the Gothic king Wallia. Since the Treaty of 439, military actions in Spain had been led by Roman generals who commanded both Roman and Gothic troops. Now, in the final years of Valentinian III's reign, a new situation emerged. Frederick fought the rebels on behalf of Rome, but not under Roman command. This meant the Romans were now relying on the Goths to maintain imperial rule in Spain. This pattern would become stronger during the reigns of Emperors Avitus and Majorian. Roman Spain was kept within the empire only thanks to Gothic military power. And once the Goths stopped fighting for the emperor, Roman control in Spain came to an end. Valentinian III was assassinated on the 16th of March, 455. Whether or not Petronius Maximus helped plan the murder, he quickly took power and declared himself emperor the next day. His reign was short and chaotic. The Vandal king Gaiseric used the murder of Valentinian as an excuse to attack Rome, and Maximus was killed while trying to flee the city on 31st May. During his short rule, Maximus appointed a Gallic nobleman and former Praetorian prefect as Magister Militum commander-in-chief and sent him to negotiate with the Visigoths, most likely to gain their support. That envoy was Eparchius Avitus. He succeeded so well that when news of Maximus's death reached Toulouse, the Gothic leaders urged Avitus to become emperor. We know much more about Avitus than about most other short-lived emperors of the 5th century, largely thanks to his son-in-law, the poet Sidonius Apollinaris, who wrote about him. Avitus's reign was short, lasting less than 2 years. However, it was very important for the final phase of Roman Spain. Under Avitus, the last serious attempt was made to restore imperial control over the Iberian Peninsula, and this effort was nearly completely successful. When news of Maximus's death reached Toulouse, the Gothic king Theodoric encouraged Avitus to become emperor. Avitus then traveled to Arles, where he was officially declared emperor on September 7th, 455. He later went to Rome, became consul on January 1st, 456, and listened to a celebratory speech written by his son-in-law, Sidonius. He also tried to get official recognition from the Eastern Roman Emperor Marcian, but this was not granted. While the empire was in chaos, the Sueves took advantage and invaded Tarraconensis. When Avitus became emperor, both he and Theodoric sent official delegations to Riciar, the Suevic king. This was a standard diplomatic move when a new reign began. However, Theodoric did not trust the situation fully and marched into Lusitania, then an important center of Suevic power after Galicia. He may have planned to sack Emerita, suggesting that the city resisted him. In the end, he did not sack it but spent the winter there. Meanwhile, Galicia, having experienced full-scale war, fell into disorder, with outbreaks of robbery and the scattered remnants of the Sueves trying to reorganize. Theodoric, however, succeeded in his goal. Acting with the will and under the command of Emperor Avitus, he destroyed the Suevic kingdom and returned its provinces to Roman rule. For the first time in 15 years, Emerita, the capital of the Spanish diocese, was back under imperial control. Avitus himself was less fortunate. He was forced out of Rome in the autumn of 456, defeated by the general Ricimer in October, and made bishop of Placentia. Soon after, he was murdered by another general, Majorian, who became emperor a year later. News of Avitus's death reached Theodoric early the next year. In April, he left Spain and returned to Toulouse, likely to secure his own position in Gaul. He left behind Gothic garrisons to enforce the new order. The historian Hydatius gives a very negative view of their presence, reporting that several towns and forts in Galicia were looted by the Gothic soldiers. This violence may have been appealing to the troops, but their main mission was to defeat the remaining Sueves. All of the destruction took place in areas formerly held by the Sueves. Even Hydatius confirms that the Gothic army acted under Roman authority. Although Hispano-Roman locals suffered during this time, their suffering meant that Roman rule was returning. In fact, during these years, we begin to see patterns that would define post-Roman Spain. Local Roman elites competing with smaller Suevic bands and with Gothic agents sent from Toulouse. What made the years 456 to 460 different was that the Goths kept order in Spain on behalf of the emperor. For Avitus, Theodoric truly was, as Sidonius later called him, the hope and savior of Rome. Theodoric had conquered Spain for Avitus, and the order he created was preserved under Majorian as well. Majorian was declared emperor in Ravenna on 28 December 457, more than a year after Avitus had been defeated. During the time between their reigns, the only emperor was in Constantinople, first Marcian, then Leo. In the meantime, Majorian worked to gain enough support from local powers to rule a united Western Empire. Behind him was the powerful patrician Ricimer. Ricimer had already become important under Avitus, and would soon rise to full prominence as the kingmaker of the Western Empire's final years. It was Ricimer who later ended Majorian's reign early, in 461. Majorian's reign was the last time we can properly speak of a Roman Spain. During his rule, the imperial government still claimed authority over Spain, and people could still hold imperial office there. After his death, this was no longer the case, and Spain could no longer be considered truly Roman. The political control of Spain was handed over to Majorian by Theodoric II, since after Avitus's death, the province was essentially in the hands of the Goths. As we've seen, Theodoric had conquered all of Spain in Avitus's name. In early 457, he returned to Toulouse to protect his own position under the new leadership. He didn't recognize Majorian right away, only doing so in 458 or 459, and even then, only after suffering a military defeat. We can't know for sure what Theodoric's motives were. Some think he was trying to expand Gothic territory in Gaul, especially given the later actions of his successor, Euric. Others think Theodoric was simply annoyed that he hadn't been consulted when Majorian became emperor, even though he had helped make Avitus emperor earlier. Still, Theodoric controlled the Spanish provinces well enough that he could hand them over to Majorian when they finally came to an agreement. At the same time, the Sueves had returned to their usual habit of raiding the people of Galicia, although much of their internal politics involved power struggles within the Suevic leadership. Theodoric seemed more focused on holding the southern provinces. In 458, he sent an army to Baetica. Around that time, Sabinus, the bishop of Hispalis, Seville, who had been exiled about 20 years earlier when the city fell to the Sueves, returned and regained his position. By 459, Theodoric and Majorian had reached an agreement. Majorian could now use Spain as a base for his planned campaign against the Vandals. Preparations for this campaign were likely carried out by the Gothic army that had been maintaining peace in Spain. We assume this because there is no sign of a Roman army there until Majorian himself arrived in 460. The Gothic army at the time was led by two men, a Roman named Nepotianus and a Goth named Sunferic. It's not fully clear under whose authority these men served. Nepotianus was likely a Roman general who later gave his loyalty to Theodoric after Majorian's death, as many Roman commanders refused to recognize Majorian's successor. In any case, the preparations for the African campaign likely took place during the winter and early spring of 460. In May of that year, Majorian marched into Spain with an imperial army. However, he had barely reached Tarraconensis when he received terrible news. Traitors had warned the Vandals about the Spanish preparations, and the Vandals struck first. They captured and destroyed the ships while they were still docked in Carthaginiensis. With his plan ruined, Majorian turned around and went back to Gaul. The Gothic army, however, stayed behind in Spain under the command of Suneric and Nepotianus. They managed to keep order for a short time, but both were recalled in 462. Nepotianus was replaced by a man named Arborius, who stayed in Spain until 465, but was also recalled that year. By then, Arborius is the only proof that a Gothic army was still in the region. After that point, the historian Hydatius begins describing the disorder and chaos that Spain is often remembered for in this period. If there was no Gothic army in Spain by 465, there was definitely no Roman army either. The army that came with Majorian was the last Roman force to step foot in Spain, and Majorian was the last Roman emperor to do so. After 460, Roman soldiers and emperors no longer paid attention to Spain. They were too busy dealing with problems closer to Italy. In this way, Spain stopped being part of the Roman Empire. All this raises the question, did Roman Spain really end even before Majorian became emperor? After all, the Gothic conquest under Avitus's name may already have marked the end of Roman control. You could argue that Spain, by then, was just a distant Gothic territory, outside anyone's full control. But it makes more sense to see the end of Majorian's reign as the true end of Roman Spain, for two reasons. First, the collapse of Roman government and the end of holding imperial office were seen by people at the time as signs that Roman rule had ended. Under Majorian, people could still hold imperial positions in Spain. We know this from the writer Sidonius, who mentions a man named Magnus, likely a magister in Spain. Second, Majorian's own actions prove that he still considered Spain part of the empire. He wouldn't have planned a major military campaign based in Spain if he had thought otherwise. Remember that even back in Honorius' time, Spain was still considered a loyal Roman province, even when most of it wasn't under direct control. It wasn't in open rebellion, and Roman authority was later restored. Spain didn't stop being Roman just because the empire temporarily lost control. It stayed Roman as long as the emperor claimed it was. The same is true for Majorian. As long as he remained committed to the province and tried to assert Roman authority there, Spain remained part of the empire. His successors didn't do this. So, the death of Majorian marks the true turning point, the shift from Roman Spain to post-Roman Spain. Majorian left Spain in May 460, and Theodoric tried to keep things under control. As we saw earlier, the generals who governed Spain during the alliance with Majorian stayed in the region until 462. They were replaced by others, which shows that Theodoric continued his efforts in the years that followed. However, events in Spain began to slip out of his hands. His generals not only had to fight Suevic warbands, each led by different rival kings, but also had to deal with cities, likely controlled by local Roman provincials, that resisted the Gothic army. Although the historian Hydatius continued his chronicle until 468, the clear order seen in earlier events disappears after the recall of the Gothic generals Nepotianus and Suevic in 462. After that, Theodoric could no longer stop the growing power of local groups, whether Suevic or Roman. It seems likely that Theodoric gave up on Spain after 462. He may have tried to maintain order until Majorian was killed by Ricimer, but then gave up. By 464, it was clear the Goths had lost control. Around that time, Theodoric began treating the Sueves as equals for the first time since his campaigns against them under Avitus. He even returned the Suevic king Remismund, who had been held as a hostage. After that, Roman provincials were left to deal with their local Sueves on their own, making and breaking alliances without help from outside. One example is Olisipo, which was handed over to the Sueves by a local leader named Lucidius. At this point, all the Goths could do was raid ineffectively. Even with all this collapse, much of Roman daily life continued after the imperial government was gone. The higher levels of government disappeared, especially the ability to hold imperial office, but the lower systems stayed in place. For example, the Roman provincial structure still mattered. The regional conventus divisions lasted beyond the time of Majorian and Theodoric, and Hydatius mentions them in the final part of his chronicle. With only small changes, This Roman provincial system was kept alive in the church organization of Visigothic Spain in the 600s. Locally, the fall of imperial authority did not affect the Roman Church. In fact, we have letters between the popes and Spanish bishops from the late 5th century. In everyday life, as far as we can tell, the end of Roman government didn't change much. Life in the provinces followed patterns that had been set during Roman times. The people still thought of themselves as Romans, and the difference between Romans and Goths remained into the 7th century. But even though people still identified as Roman, there were no longer any Roman officials or imperial positions left for them to hold. If we say that Roman Spain ended with Majorian's death and the failure of any later imperial government to take control of the peninsula, then it's fair to ask what came after. The usual answer is that Spain became Gothic. But as we've already seen, that greatly overstates how much power the Goths really had in Spain. In fact, Spain didn't become a true Gothic kingdom until the reign of Leovigild in the late 500s. Before that, Spain was a land of competing local powers. None were strong enough to fully control the others. It's true that the Goths, first ruling from Toulouse, and after 507 from Tarraconensis and Septimania, were the strongest single force in Spain, but they didn't dominate the whole peninsula. The time between the end of Roman Spain and the beginning of a united Gothic kingdom under Leovigild could easily fill a full study. But in short, here's what happened. Theodoric had a real presence in Spain until 462. After that, there was still some limited Gothic involvement. But when Euric murdered his brother in 466 and became king, he chose a path toward independence from the leftover Roman powers in Italy and Provence. He focused mostly on Gaul, while Spain, like many times before, was treated as a secondary concern. With no Roman or Gothic power to unify the land, the Spanish regions were left to govern themselves. Hydacius' Chronicle, which ends in 468, is our last detailed source for Spanish history in this period. His final entries show Spain breaking apart. After that, we must rely on short mentions from other chronicles. These show that Spain remained fragmented and that the Goths had to slowly reconquer it, bit by bit. In the early 470s, Gothic generals began to take back parts of Tarraconensis. We don't know the exact dates, but the Gallic Chronicle of 511 reports a series of Gothic campaigns right after the death of Emperor Anthemius in July 472. The Gothic commander Goderit captured Pamplona and Zaragoza, and others took cities like Tarraco along the coast. But these victories weren't permanent. In the 400s and 90s, the same cities were being fought over again. In 494, we read that the Goths entered Spain. This vague phrase is often seen as meaning a large migration, but it doesn't confirm much. 2 years later, a man named Burdunalis rose up against them. Our source says he assumed tyranny, which likely means he declared himself emperor. He was betrayed by his followers, taken to Toulouse, and burned alive in a bronze bull. This kind of division among the Hispano-Romans was nothing new. Burdunalis wasn't the last to claim imperial rule. In 506, we hear about the death of Patras, another man who had proclaimed himself emperor, probably in response to a Gothic settlement that happened around the same time as Burdunalis's execution. After 507, when the Frankish king Clovis killed the Visigothic king Alaric II at the Battle of Vouillé, the Goths likely sped up their efforts to settle in Spain. But this also began a long period of chaos and civil war within the Gothic kingdom. Power struggles followed between the child king Amalaric and the older but illegitimate Gasalic. Eventually, the Ostrogothic king Theodoric took control as protector. Amalaric was succeeded by Theudas, an Ostrogoth who had married a wealthy Hispano-Roman noblewoman and ruled with her support. After his death in 548, Spain entered 20 years of civil conflict, though the details are unclear. This infighting allowed the Byzantine Emperor Justinian to take a part of Spain in 551. That foothold helped push the Goths toward building a stronger, more united kingdom later in the century. Leovigild, the key figure in building Visigothic Spain, based much of his rule on Byzantine examples. He spent most of his reign trying to bring the remaining independent regions of the peninsula under Gothic control. After that, the Byzantine-held areas became a kind of shared enemy that helped keep the Goths united. By the time Leovigild died, it was finally possible, thanks entirely to his active leadership, to speak of a unified Gothic Spain. However, the story of his reign is mainly a record of constant battles, showing just how divided the peninsula had become in the 100 years since Roman rule ended. The period from 460 to 570 was marked by conflict between different communities and political fragmentation. Spain became more of a name on the map than a single united place. People have often imagined 5th century Spain as a chaotic land where the Sueves and Goths fought over what was left of Roman power. But as we've seen, this isn't fully accurate. For about 50 years after the barbarian invasions of 409, the Roman Empire still had control over the peninsula and repeatedly took back power when it was lost or challenged. Roman Spain only truly ended when the emperors stopped trying to hold it and stopped claiming it as part of their empire. This happened gradually under the rulers who came after Majorian. There was no dramatic moment of collapse. No new power stepped in to take over where the imperial government left off. Roman Spain simply faded away, almost unnoticed, and for over a century, nothing fully replaced it.